Okay, thank you so much for coming. We'll be starting shortly, okay? So hang in there and settle in, okay? See you. morning. How are you feeling today? Okay, so welcome to USAPPS 2023. Are you excited? Today and tomorrow is going to be filled with such amazing sessions and also times for you to get mentoring and also speak to different students from all around the US. So I would like to call Muiz, part of the core committee right now, to start with his opening introduction.
Hi everyone, good morning. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous today. It's the first time I'm doing this kind of things. Before I begin, I'd like to thank our sponsors for making this event possible, from the US Embassy of Kuala Lumpur, Education USA, our venue sponsor, Taylor's University, represented by Ms. Sumati, who's in the hall today, my fellow core committee members, Hannah, who sadly can't be here today, Jalal, and also Shusin, who's at the registration counter, my fellow facilitators and speakers, cherished parents, esteemed teachers and counselors, and last but not least, our eager and brilliant students who are going to be applying to the United States in the coming year or next year or wherever that may be. Thank you for attending this year's USAPPS 2023, which happens to be our 15th year anniversary since its flagship event in 2006. For those of you who are new to USAPPS, we are a non-profit organization intending to help Malaysians understand more about the education system in the USA, how to apply, and all the nitty-gritty details that you may need to know when you're applying to the US. We extend our invitation to parents and teachers too, because we believe that the information that we share is universal and relevant to know in order for them to support potential applicants and create some sort of a collaborative ecosystem to send more students to the United States. And USAPPS has been to more than just the Klang Valley, and we've been in Penang, Sarawak, and Sabah in the previous years. USAPPS this year went through a couple of hurdles. Some of you may know that it should have been next week. It should have been held next week, but it had to be brought earlier due to the state elections. I think this year we wanted to really focus on how we wanted to maximize our reach to participants beyond Kuala Lumpur. So we really wanted to focus and emphasize on having the best online experience. So thank you to my team for setting this up. And also, it would have not been possible without a particular core committee member who could not be here today, particularly Hannah Amran, who organized the whole lineup of speakers that we have in store for you today. So round of applause for her. So to the students, as cliche as it may sound, we were once in your positions. And back when I was in my first year of pre-U, I was very eager to know more about education in the USA. It wasn't something that I was, accustomed to achieve. I think I was pretty set to study abroad, but it was definitely not going to be in the US. In my second year of the application, in my second year of A-levels, which was my application year, I wanted to know the best ways to kind of like strategize, how do I want to get into this good school? And I'm pretty sure that most of you feel that today and then feel a bit anxious about, what does it really take to, get into these good institutions, whether those be community colleges, Ivy League universities, UC schools, and of sort. Yeah. So the very fact that you are here today is a step forward, and I believe it's a very positive step forward for you to achieve that dream, with the help of facilitators and speakers who were mostly previous participants as well, Shusin, Melwin, who are attending amazing schools in this coming fall. And I really believe that by keeping an open discussion, we promise that we want to bring you the best experience. We want to engage in discussion which is broad, but also pivoted and also focused. We want to keep it interactive and also a two-way discussion. So at the end of the day, through all the hardships and getting to experience the American education system at full force has been the most rewarding experience for me, and I'm sure the facilitators and speakers in the hall today feel the same way. So I won't go into the technicalities of every single, session that's going to be covered today, but I guess a couple of things that I think you would expect to hopefully take away at the end of these 2 days. Number one is an insight on what studying in the US would feel like. The technicalities like finances, academics, the non-technicalities like social life and safety. Secondly, ideas on what you can engage on to become a more holistic applicant, things like co-curricular activities, planning your majors, and third and finally, a comprehensive understanding on how to approach your application strategically. So without further ado, I'd like to move on to the itinerary. Yeah, so that's about it. And I would like to introduce the core committee members as well. On my right is Jalal Ikram, who is in charge of marketing this past few weeks. Hana Amran, who was in charge of the speakers and finances. And also Hosh Hussein, who's outside, and she was in charge of communications. So if you guys have any questions, I will be happy to get them answered. And if you guys can take a look at the right-hand corner of the room, we have facilitators and speakers who are also here to guide you throughout the entire 2 days, if you'll be here for the entire 2 days. So we really hope that you guys stay on. We have a lot in store for you. All the best, and hopefully next year or in the coming years, see you in the US. Ooh. Passing it back to Alison.
Thank you, Muiz, for showing an insight on what the 2 days will look like. So I would like to introduce the first session of today, which is called Intro to US Education. So I would like to invite Mas and Brandon up to the stage for their session. They will be introducing what it means to get a US education.
Thanks, Alison. Hi, good morning, everyone. How's everyone feeling? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Morning, my name is Brendan. This is Mas.
Yeah, hi, my name is Mas. Nice to meet you all today. Good morning.
Great. So today, we'll kick us off just talking about what US education is. So I think key takeaway from this session right now is two things. The first is we want you to know what it means to be getting an education in the US. I think everyone here is very new to it, and it is quite different from the Malaysian style, right? So we want you to ease into what it means. And the second is actually we want you guys to get to know us. The reason being, I think by getting to know us, we went to different schools in very different parts of the States, and I think the idea is that you'll realize that everyone's experience will be different. So we want you to know what that means, right? So next slide, please. So a little bit about myself, and then Mas will go through her introduction in a bit. My name is Brendan. I majored in economics and minored in computer science and mathematics. Really fun subjects, I know. I went to New York University in New York City. Really nice, really expensive part of the country. In my free time, I was quite active in sports. I did running. I did Quidditch. For any Harry Potter fans, you'll know what that is. It's now known as quad ball though, but some people still call it Quidditch. Malaysian Student Association, NAMSA, I think we can go through what NAMSA is in a bit, but in essence, it is a Malaysian student organization, not for a particular school, but for the whole US. Right? And Mas is from NAMSA too, actually.
Yes, I am.
Some of my interests, film history, traveling, Broadway is really nice, and Taylor Swift. Not sure if anyone's going for the concerts, but we fought. Thank you, we fought the Great War, we got the tickets. At the moment, I work at Securities Commission Malaysia as an economic researcher. So next. So just some pictures. Again, I think what you'll find here is that my set of pictures and Mas's set of pictures will be very, very different, I think, highlighting how different our experiences are. That's me in NYC. You can see a lot of the things I've done is really just very city-based. The Malaysian community in NYU is very, very small. That picture, that square picture on the top left over there, we see 5 of us. That's the Malaysians. That's it. Like 2 more couldn't make it, but that was about it. So we got together to celebrate Chinese New Year, went to Niagara Falls. Over here is a picture of us, the NAMSA committee at the Embassy of Malaysia in DC. So that was really nice. So you do, no matter how small the Malaysian community is in your school, there's still an opportunity to find other Malaysians from other parts of the States, right? That's Quidditch, that's the Quidditch team over there. Over here, this really impressive building, that was a school trip I went to in Greece. So we can talk about study abroad later on. I know some of you are looking at what's he doing in Greece, right? Yes, school trips, study abroad is a thing that happens in a lot of US schools, so we'll get you through it later on. Fun fact, actually, so because I pulled up the picture of Niagara Falls. I really like this fun fact, but how big do you think the United States is? Anyone knows how far it is to travel from one end to the other end? By plane or by car? Anyone want to give a random shout? Yeah, no idea. So 10 hours by flight or by flight? Okay lah, no lah. No, but, so to get to Niagara Falls, which is in the same state as New York, it's in the state of New York, by the way. From the moment I left my place, non-stop driving until I reached Niagara Falls was 9 hours. And I remember I told my parents this, I'm like, oh, you know, after 9 hours, I'm here in Niagara Falls. And my mom was like, oh, how many states did you pass? I'm like, none, 0. I'm in the same state, actually. Yes, so next slide, anything.
All right, hi everyone, good morning. Nice to see you all today. My name is Mas. I just graduated last May. I majored in economics and international studies, and I have a minor in Asian languages and culture, particularly Korean language. So I actually took Korean language for 3 years. Actually, that's something you can do if you go to the States, any language you want. Extracurriculars about me, I was in Society of Women in Economics. It's really good to kind of like, because economics is, fun fact, kind of also like male-dominant field for some reason in the US, which is a bit of a surprise to me. But it was good. I was also the director of Malaysian Culture Night, so right what Brendan was saying, in Michigan we have kind of a huge Malaysian population compared to NYU. So we have around like 60 to 70 students, so our annual flagship event was every year we would hold Malaysian Culture Night in Michigan community, where we have like a whole theater where around 600 people would come. So I was the director of that event, and I was also a part of like leadership club, like, and then also I was a research, research assistant for Korean studies, and also part of NAMSA. So I was actually working with Brendan like 2 years ago. First time meeting in person because of COVID. My interest, I also like Taylor Swift, fun fact. I went to the Eras tour right after graduation, so good luck to any of you all trying to find tickets for next year. I like language, I like cooking, traveling. I think if you study in the US, definitely you will like traveling lah. It's kind of like a really fun thing you could do, really fun thing you could go into as a hobby as well. And I like landscape photography. This is a picture of me at Grand Canyon. Definitely a wonderful place, definitely very happy to be there. And I just started work at Petronas as a business development executive, and also just strategic planning lah. So that's about me. And next slides is gonna be about how my year is. I didn't want to like just, I just wanna like show how different it is. So the first picture is actually, I went on a school trip, kind of a short study abroad, like what Brendan was saying, but we went to Paris and we went to Belgium for like 2 weeks-ish. And then the second picture was me. We went to a conference on Korean studies where I actually presented my own paper that I wrote. And the next picture, that was not actually Michigan, like a whole Michigan community. That was just seniors in Michigan, just the 4th year students. There was a lot of us, I know, probably more than Brandon's whole NYU Malaysian population. But fun fact, we also have the biggest population. I mean, the year after us, there were not as many students as right now. And the next one was just me at a professional development event in Michigan. So for me, I think it was more of like activities with university because of how the town is structured. It's a college town. So compared to Brendan, where he get to experience all these Broadway shows, Quidditch, we don't really have that much of stuff. So the purple background is the Malaysian Culture Night, so that was the whole show that we were doing. That was the whole crew members, dancers, actors, everything. And the last picture is a picture of my team at my internship in the United States that I will talk about a bit more later. But I did an internship at BlackRock, if any of you all know. It's an asset management firm. So if any of you all are interested, we could talk more about that. So, but that's the difference. And on to the next slide, we're just gonna we're just gonna start the session off. Next slides, please. So yeah, common terms. So some of you might be familiar with it, some of you might not. So when I first started, I think all these common terms were a bit confusing. So freshman is just for the 1st year student, sophomore is for 2nd year, and so on. So seniors for 4th year. So what do you call if that person is doing a 5th year, for example, for a double major? Super senior, correct, yeah, we call it super senior, correct. College versus university, I think it can also be depending on like, I think in the US we call it more of college or like school, like where do you go to school, that kind of thing, but in here we just kind of, which university you go to. I don't think there's really a big of a difference.
I think here, especially the UK ones, right? Yeah. Like college tends to refer to pre-U, A-levels, yeah. IB, you know. Yeah. But yeah, like Marcia in the US, it's exactly the same, they mean the same thing.
But yeah, and usually I think we use college more than university in the US? Like, where do you go for college? Or like, you know?
I once said uni to an American guy, and he's like, "What's that?" So
Yeah.
I think
So can testify on that. So for example, if I were to be a senior next year, so this summer I'm a rising senior. That is what it means. Undergraduate, postgraduate. Undergraduate is basically the degree, the 4-year program, and postgraduate is when you do masters or PhD, any certificate that you do after you finish your degree of 4 years. First generation. This is a really, I think, interesting term that I only found out when I was in the US. It actually refers to if you are the first one in your family to go to university or college. But depending on the definition, right, it can be the first one, you know, let's say you have a brother who went to university, but your parents didn't go to university, then you can also be first generation. So there's some variables on the definition, but basically the first one in family or the first generation to go to college. So I think why I want to introduce this is because there are some scholarships for first-gen students, some maybe programs of first-gen students. I think in Michigan we have welcoming events especially for first generation. We have special graduation event for first generation. So definitely be on the lookout for this if you are identified, you know, as a first-gen student. Next one, please. So yeah, onto the more like nitty-gritty things. Academic year, we have 2 systems in general. We have quarter and we have semester. So my schools and Brandon's, I think you use semester as well. But I know University of Washington in Seattle, for example, they use quarter. So they would have like around 3 semesters per year, September to June. So they start a bit late and they finish also a bit late. And they also have a shorter semester. But for me, I start in like end of August, like it's like September until December as my fall semester, and then next we have, we'll call it winter semester, but that's an exception because Michigan is crazy cold. But in other schools we call it spring semester. It's between January to May. Then we have summer, which is after until June to August, like this time of the year. So the difference is duration of the weeks and also what the school kind of use basically. Next one, please. Yes, course load. So units and credits, we call it basically, you know, if you are in pre-U right now, if you're doing ADP, you might be more familiar with this. So basically the classes you take at college, you have credit hours. It depends on the course load and how heavy that is and how many times you meet per week, right? So it ranges from 1 to 4 credits. It can be 6 if it's an independent study, you know, it depends. And then international students, so for most of us, you know, if you don't have an American passport, then you would have to take 12 units for the fall and winter or spring semester. But for the summer semester, you only have to take 6 to be full-time. But it's not compulsory for you to have 6 for summer. But for fall and spring semester, you have to have 12 credits to stay, like for your visa to be valid, you know, TLDR. And then you have major requirements where basically for me as an econ major, I had to take econ 101, econ 102, and then some English classes on writing, and then I have to take like calculus. So that's like also prereq for me to register for the major. Basically to like kind of like remove like people, I think we call it reader class, right? Where we kind of like, you know, if you don't pass this prereq class, you kind of have to reconsider your decision for you to do the major you have chosen.
And Mas, you're going to go through what a major and minor is, right? Because I'm seeing some confused faces when you say major.
I do have FAQs on that later,
Yeah.
so we're going to go through it. Don't worry, you know, as you know, Wiz mentioned just now, we all were in your position as well. Electives. So for example, as an econ major, I did like, so you know, like just economics of education, like what specific or what kind of specific classes about economics you want to take. So they can be electives. General education. So US they have a very holistic degree. So basically, you don't just take economics classes. So for me, I did classes on Greek mythology. So I learned about Zeus and all, which I've never heard at all. I was not a Percy Jackson fan. And then we have humanities, natural science, social science credits. All these are compulsory credits you have to take. Around 3 to 4 classes. I think maybe 2 or 3 lah. Don't quote me on that. It's been a few years now. And then fun stuff. So I actually did ceramics in my last semester because I finished all my requirements. So I was just, you know, in the studio making plates and cups for some reason. Definitely an option if you want to, and it depends on what university can offer. Yeah, and then, yeah, next slide, please. Major and minor. So we're going to go through it. So major is basically the main field of specialization in your study. So you would spend around 60 credits hours. So basically you would spend more time on it lah, kan? So maybe like 10 to 11 classes maybe, depending on the credits that you take. And it can grant you OPT and visa extension. So what it means is that, so for example, for me, if I were to work as a business analyst, I can. But for me to work as a, let's say, software engineer, it might be hard because how would I justify, like, I mean, I can, technically you can always work around it, right? But it's not as direct as it would be lah. So for me, for example, if I were to be like a fashion designer, how would I justify that to my econ major? So that's what it means by can grant you OPT and visa extension because they're a bit particular on that as an international student. For minor, it's a secondary specialization. So I didn't spend as much time on Korean studies as I did on my econ and international degree, international studies. I spent around like 30 credits. I think it's also 30 because of like the prereq, like the first year, second year. And it cannot grant you OPT and visa extension, unfortunately. So for example, if your visa is expiring this April and you have not finished a minor requirement, unfortunately you have to leave the country, you can't just extend your visa. Your visa extension is only for your major. So like that, like, it's also not on your degree, it's just basically like something you like to do in your free time and you want to have a specialization and some acknowledgement on that. I think I can recommend to go for minor. Next slide, please. Right, so FAQ. When do I declare a major? Generally in the US, end of sophomore year, so end of second year, but I declared mine end of my first year because I have finished the prereq. Is it a must to have minor? No, you can literally just go there and have a major. For me and for most of us here as facilitators, I think we all did double major or have a minor because we have some free time, because it's very free, like you have a lot of time that you can spare to take other classes. Can you have more than one major or minor? Of course, I know a person who did 4 majors. Do I recommend? I don't know, we'll see. I have 2, I know people who have 3 because you know the major classes, it can like overlap, right? So you don't have to go further than 4 years. So it depends on the combination that you're doing. What's the difference between double major and dual degree? Double major for me is international studies and econ, so it belongs to the same college, College of Arts and Science in Michigan. But dual degree, for example, if I do econ in College of Letters and Arts and Sciences, but then I do a business in the business school, so that's dual degree. So it belongs to 2 different schools within the same university that you go to. Next question, next slide please. Yes, US school type. So yes, there's a difference. So it's you know how it is in Malaysia, we have Till's University and then we have UKM, right? So that's what it is, but as well in the US. So next slide please. Thank you. So we have public universities. I went to a public university, Brandon went to a private university. So basically it kind of, in the past, it depends more on the endowments, so how you get money to fund the school. It usually have lower tuition rates, but I think this applies more to in-state students. So in-state means people who actually went to high school in Michigan, right? But for me, because I'm an out-of-state international, so I still pay a huge amount of money. And then, so we have state universities. Oh, thank you. Take it easy. So we have state universities, we have community colleges. So state universities for me like 4 years. So community colleges where you finish, you will get an associate degree. Then you can go to another university, a 4-year university for college for you to finish your degree. Then Big Ten. So Big Ten, anyone have heard of Big Ten before? I see some nods. Okay, good. Yeah. If you choose to go to a Big Ten school, the school spirit is crazy. If it's a football weekend, you all would be like fighting for your life. You know, especially Michigan versus Ohio for some reason. I don't know why. And then, so it's basically like kind of an athletic conference. So basically, for example, just imagine UPM, UKM, the three of them kind of like, okay, who's better at football? Let's fight. Basically, that's what it is. And these are the schools that decided to fight. You
know, Mas, I just want to do a quick pause again and like reiterate on the point on how different your experience can be depending on the school you go to. Mas went to a Big Ten school, University of Michigan. It's the biggest of the Big Tens, as some would like to call it. Sorry for anyone from Ohio here. But
not sorry.
But, you know, there's such a big football culture, and I went there and the stadium is huge. It's like a proper stadium. I see like on Insta story, Master's Insta story, a couple of friends, they like go all out, they're painting their faces and all. So it's really cool, right? Like your classic American college. So on. In NYU, we don't have a football team, we don't have a stadium. We instead, the #1 sports team in NYU is Quidditch. A sport that not many people even consider real. Carissa, you enjoyed that joke a bit too much. You have a real vendetta. But yeah, I mean, it just really just wanted to take a pause here just to say like how different that environment is. We do have a soccer team, just to put the difference between American football, right? Like we do have like a soccer team. I'm sure in like schools like Michigan or somewhere in the Midwest, you know, people really want to go to this and support their friends, and you know, I'm sure it's a really intense fight. For NYU, because sports is such like a small thing, when the soccer team went out to play, they came up to us, they were literally like, we'll give you $20 to just show up, please. Like we want our students there. We'll give you a free meal or something. So yeah, very, very different depending on what school you go to.
I paid for the football tickets, guys. It was a lot of money. So I didn't get free meals like Brendan did. So that's the difference. But we do have the second biggest stadium in the world in University of Michigan. You call it Big House. So if you go to Michigan, you get to graduate in the Big House. So fun experience, core memory. Just want to say, wait.
NYU, we got to graduate in Yankee Stadium though.
That's
so-
true. They got Taylor Swift last year. Oh, was it last year?
It was last year. I graduated on Zoom, but yeah.
They got Taylor Swift, so you make up for it, like, right? And I didn't get Taylor Swift, but it's okay. You win some, you lose some. Private universities, so it's normally funded by private sources, and then they have higher tuition rates, just like how it is in Malaysia. But they may, however, offer generous financial aid to students. Why is that? Because, the state school, they might have some obligation for like the governments and everything, right? But the private university, they don't really have the obligations to do that. So it depends on where it is. It might have higher, international student ratio. It depends. It really depends. So NYU, I think they have a very diverse school, students.
Highest, if I'm not mistaken, top 3 highest international student population in the US. So really highlighting what Mas is saying here, that it can be very different.
It can be very different, of course, yeah. Ivy League, yeah. How many people are interested to go to an Ivy League? Yeah, of course, yeah. Y'all know what? Yeah, definitely. I don't know what to say about that because I decided not to apply. It's just because my personal preference of how I want to shape my school experience. But Ivy League is also a part of like how Big Ten is to public universities. That's how Ivy League is to private universities. How many people know how it started to become an Ivy League? Like, what is Ivy League actually? Like the history of it. Sports, yeah, correct. It's actually started from a sport, from an athletic conference. So if you look here, there's this was the poster in 1956. That's how it started, like how, NYU paid Brendan to go to watch the football. That's how, I paid for my tickets. That's how it first started. But now they have kind of because of how good they were in sports and everything, right? They kind of opened them more access to funding, so they get better opportunities. They have better talents, better research centers, better professors. That's how it is. But they're also within the East Coast. So if you see here, for Big Ten, it's on the Midwest, Eastern a bit, but for Ivy League, it's just on Northeastern, I think. Wait, there's no map. I'm sorry, that's on me. This is the northeastern part. So basically, just do we have laser? No, we don't have laser. So yeah, basically New York, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, a bit that area basically up there. So yeah. Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, just on a note on Ivy League, right? And this isn't a cliche, But the thing is, because it started 200 years ago, they made this football league of 8 schools, and they said, yeah, we're gonna stop right there. So what I'm trying to say is the Ivy Leagues are all good schools. That's not a doubt. They're all very, very good schools, one of the best. But there are some other really, really good schools, some arguably even better than some of the schools listed here, that are not in the Ivy League, simply because they either weren't created yet when the Ivy League was created, or they just weren't invited to join their football gang. I'm quite serious. I'm actually quite serious about it. So you'll notice some very notable exceptions here. MIT, for example, isn't here because they didn't want to invite them. California Institute of Tech, Stanford, thank you for pointing out. Stanford is also not in this list. So the list quite goes on. So I'm not dissing on the Ivy League. They are fantastic schools. I couldn't get into them, right? Fantastic schools. But just if you are looking to go into these really, really good schools, don't close your mind to just these 8 schools. There are many other schools out there that are about the same or some even better. So yeah.
And it also highly depends on what you want your experience to be, what majors you're going to, right? And what you want to be exposed to. If you want to get into finance, great, go to schools in the East Coast, for example. If you want to get into maybe more of a tech bro, if you're open to that, Bay Area is a great place, right? So all this UC or all this Stanford, what Brandon just mentioned. Next, we have liberal arts education. So liberal arts education is something that's very special to the US, I think, and I'm glad that they've decided to focus on that. So what it is actually is that it kind of focuses more on social sciences, humanities, natural sciences, and formal sciences, like what we have in general education in universities in the US. It tend to focus on undergraduate studies only, so they don't really offer postgraduate studies in these colleges. It also a bit more smaller. So what it means is that it have a really low student-faculty ratio. So for example, for me, when I went to Michigan, I probably didn't even talk to my professors for 2 or 3 semesters because it was such a huge class. So maybe there's one professor standing here, and there's 400 people up there. So you don't really get time to your professor if you want recommendation letters, for example, right? But in these liberal arts colleges, you get to have that. And they also kind of decide to focus more on general knowledge than just vocational, technical, and curriculum, and then they focus more on teaching instead of research. So, because when you receive funding from like government, so you have to like do more research, right? But for liberal arts colleges, they don't really have that obligation, so they are more free on what they can do as a professor.
Cool. Yeah, I'll take over. Thank you. This is very cool. Yeah, so now I'll go through what makes the US special. So about the session by day, we have about another 20 minutes more. I will go through these slides quite quickly, just a little bit more honestly, because I want to leave as much time as possible for Q&A. I'm sure this is the first session of the day. I'm sure everyone has a lot of questions. So I will try to leave time for those. We will show a Slido code later, so you can ask your questions anonymously. But I like more engagement, so what we can also do, if you guys have questions, please shout it out later on during the Q&A, all right? So start thinking of those questions. So, what makes the US so special, right? Why study in the US when there are other places you can study locally, UK, Australia, and such? So a few things is, and I think this is one of the biggest ones, flexible curriculum. I think this is one of the things that most people know about the US. It's not as rigid as what you'll find here and in the UK. Majors and minors, I think Mas has already gone through them, so maybe I won't. But again, it's flexible to the point where not only can you choose how many majors you want to do and how many minors you want to do, but you can also choose when to declare them. You don't actually need to declare a major when you go in. In fact, you only need to declare your major 2 years after you start. So it's a 4-year university, and you only need to declare your major after the 2nd year, halfway through. So you can actually take the first 2 years to just take prerequisites, electives, find out what you're really interested in, and then only commit yourself to a certain major. That being said, do be aware that you do need to meet certain requirements like number of credits and all by the end of your 4 years, so don't go too crazy on the electives also lah. Minors, not mandatory. You can use them in 2 ways. I think I wanted to mention this just now. You can use them in 2 ways. The first being, use it to supplement what you're studying. Like I study econ, and I took a minor in computer science and mathematics because I thought it would help me in my career. That's one way to do it. Another way to do it is just to really explore your interests. I have a friend of mine who studied econ. His minor was philosophy. Another friend who studied computer science was his major. His minor was dance. So, and I was like, oh, do you intend to dance your career? He's like, absolutely not, but he really, really liked dancing. And he's like, I need to take classes anyway, so might as well take a class in dance. So, just an idea on how you can use your minors. Unrestricted electives are required of most students. There are 128 credits to graduate, roughly, give or take, depending on the school. Your major will only take up about 48 to 60 credits. So you're like, and assuming you take one minor, you don't have to, most people I know don't even take minors, to be honest. Assuming you even take one minor, that still leaves you a good 64 credits to spend on. Some colleges have some certain requirements, like to take an extra language and whatnot. Mas likes languages. I don't like it as much, but I'm still required to take it. So I took Spanish, for example. And you can use it to take ceramics, Mas took. I took film history, music appreciation. So many options out there, really. So I think this really does make the US very special. The second one is the learning style. What we are probably most accustomed to in Malaysia is a very exam-based learning. You can really not pay too much attention at the start and really cram it at the end, right? You still do well. The problem, the good and bad thing about the US, depending on how you want to look at it, is that is entirely not possible. If you have not been doing well in the semester, by the time your final exam comes around, it may just actually be too late. Because if you look at this sample course breakdown, papers and essays throughout the semester, 30%, right? Then yes, midterm and final exams, only 30% to be honest. Ongoing coursework, labs, weekly assignments, whatnot, 20%. Quizzes, 10%. And these quizzes can come randomly, right? You can just walk into class, the professor puts a paper on your table and below, quiz, 10%. Classroom discussion and participation, they really need to know that you are there, all right? For example, they want to see you speak up, engage in the class and all, 10%. So if you really add this up, your midterm and final exam is only 30%. The rest of it, everything else, your effort throughout the semester is 70%. Some of y'all may be taking the American degree program, ADP. That's what I took. Mas, you took it too? Yeah. We all took ADP. They will say that they closely mimic the US system, which is true. They do it as much as they can, but because it's still in Malaysia, it's still quite heavily skewed towards the exam as compared to the US. In the US, really some of the more liberal arts or side of things can have exams that are only worth like 10%, actually. So I've seen to the extreme.
Yeah, and just to add, there are classes that I've taken that they don't have any final exams at all.
Oh, yeah.
So they were like last semester actually, I only had one final exam, which which was my Korean class, and my econ and everything, they were all like paper-based and things like that. So there can be semesters where you don't have finals at all. So what you have to do is you have to grind throughout the semester. And also I don't recommend grinding because if you get sick, then you know what. So yeah.
Exactly. Grading system, we use a CGPA system instead. Some of you may already be familiar. Not too much here, but A is 4.0, A minus is 3.67. A GPA is what you get at the end of the semester. A CGPA is your cumulative of your GPA, right? It gets calculated. What is interesting about the US is that some classes can be curved. You will hear this quite a lot. Is that? Thanks, Mas. Appreciate it. You will hear this quite a lot. Classes are curved. What this means is that your final grade is not based on a cutoff like, 90 is A, 85 is B, for example. It will be dependent on how well the rest of your classmates do, right? Because the professor wants to be fair. If the exam was extra hard, he wants to make sure that everyone else is judged fairly. So it can be really extreme as well. I took a class once. My score came in. It was a computer science class. My score came in 45 over 100. I was like, I'm doomed. I'm gone. It's 45. I don't think I'm passing this class. The final result came in, it was an A minus. So I was like, wait, what? And it turns out because the average score for that class was 27. Because the exam was really, really hard. So it can be to that extreme. That is rare, right? But it can be to the extreme because the point here is the curve is just to make it fair, right? To make sure that no one's unfairly punished if there was an exam that affected everyone the same way, something like that. Study abroad, this is what I mentioned earlier. A lot of US universities promote this and have programs like this. They will allow, many schools, not all schools, so please do be aware of this, but many schools allow you to spend like a semester or two studying in a different campus in a different country. I was a bit more fortunate. NYU, because they're private and charge a lot of money, and so they have a lot of funds, but they have actually built campuses in 13 different countries, for example, including UK, Australia, Italy, France, so on and so forth. I can't remember the rest. Greece, Spain, and all. Some schools don't have these campuses, but they have programs. I think Michigan is very popular on this. They have programs to spend a summer in a different country dedicated to a certain service or learning experience, which can be really fun. And I implore you to try it out. So you'll say I'm already studying abroad, right? Like, why do I want to study abroad when I'm already studying abroad? I asked this exact question to my advisor when he told me to try it out. And the reason is very simple, because you never know what you're gonna experience. So I went to NYU London, spent a semester there, and from there I got to see, you can see my tourist photos, London, Italy, I got to visit Paris as well. Earlier you saw I went to Greece on a school trip. So it's all these kind of things that an experience you never knew you wanted until you did it and you realize, wow, actually I'm so glad I went for it. Because I was in that position. When my advisor told me to study abroad, I really said, I'm already studying abroad, this is a waste of time. But I realized actually it was really, really fun, and do try to explore these avenues. Undergraduate research, you are very early on to think about this, possibly. But I just wanted to put it up here because US has a very strong emphasis on research. It's an opportunity for you to dive deeper into a certain topic, a topic that you may like, and it's a good chance for you to work very closely with certain faculty members who can be experts in their field. So one of the professors I worked with, his name was Professor Bill Easterly. And I worked with him on my thesis. He read my thesis. We worked on it for a bit. And then I realized actually he's published many books. He was once, I think, nominated for a Nobel Prize or something like that for economics. And it was really, really cool to just learn from him. I mean, very impressive thing. So you never know what kind of opportunities you can be afforded to do research. But you don't need to think about it so early on. If you're going as a first year, early process, the latest you can declare to start a research process is really only in senior year, at the 4th year. But it's something you may want to think about as you're going through your studies to see, is there any particular topic you want to look more into,
Or is there a particular professor you want to work with, right? So that you can mention in your essay for schools.
Precisely, that is very important. Got a small bit on internship here. Maybe I'll let Mas do most of it here.
Okay, so just really quick, this is kind of like the technical part of it. Just I think it's good to mention when you are choosing your school and your major. So as I mentioned, right, your minor can't really grant you your OPT extension, your permission to kind of work in the US, but your majors can. So think about that when you think about, no one really knows what they want to do. I didn't know what I want to do 4 years back, but just think about it if you want lah. So we have CPT, which is like curriculum practical training, I think. So that is what the internship. So for example, we have 3 months after freshman year, after sophomore year, after junior year, right? So you can use like 3 months ish. So in total, it must not extend 12 months. But I'm gonna be honest, it's quite hard to get an internship after freshman year as an international student in the States. But you can always do research and everything, right? Then you have work must be directly related to your major. You must have a job offer to apply, and there's no application fee. Work must be directly related to major. I actually know someone who actually got denied their permission to work because for some reason the faculty members didn't write the recommendation letter that it's related to the major. I actually had to get my advisor to write a letter for me to say that my work is related to major. So that's something you can think about as you apply to schools, as you apply to majors you want to go do. Next is OPT. OPT is optional practical training. So it's basically after graduation, like basically your first job after college. So for non-STEM students, this is also a point I want to mention. So econ in Michigan is not STEM, unfortunately. So what it means is that I can only get 1 year of like free visa to work after graduation. But I think, don't quote me on this, but I did a quick Google, I think, last year, and econ in Washington, Seattle is under STEM. So what it means is that they have the 3-year visa STEM extension, so they can work for 3 years in the US without the H1B law. Very complicated process. I can talk about if you want to, after this lah. So yeah, that's something to think about, STEM and non-STEM. And you have to pay $400 to get the card. But yeah, think about your majors, your STEM, whether or not your program is STEM or not. I think that's all we have for today.
Yeah, I've been told by my good friends up there that I only have 10 more minutes, so I will just very briefly leave you one message here, because I do want to leave time for questions. The first, there are many pathways to the US. These are just some of them. A-levels, IB, ADP, community college, a lot more. There will be a session later on in USAPPS, I think it's later today or is it tomorrow, on specifically, it's a whole session dedicated to how you can get there, right, pathways there. But the message I want to leave you here with today is that there are many ways. Whatever you guys are doing right now, please don't think like, oh, maybe it's too late for me to apply, maybe I can't apply with this route that I'm taking. Chances are the answer is you can still apply. So I just wanted to leave that message with you, right? There are many ways to get to the States. And yeah, Q&A time. So like I said, I want it to be engaging. So if you guys have any questions, please do just raise your hand, let me know, maybe we can pass the mic over. Or if you want to ask these questions anonymously, or if it's just easier, please do scan the QR code here. It brings you to Slido, especially to our friends here who are watching on the live stream. Fortunately, this is the easiest way for you to get your questions across. So the QR code is right here. It will redirect you to a website called slido.com. There you can just type in your questions. Your name is optional. You can put your name, you can put it anonymously. It is fine. So, yeah, maybe you can pass the mic to Teresa. So while I'll leave this QR code up here for just a little bit more, but in the meantime, is there any questions from anyone here? Yes.
Is there anything or events like where you feel like it's a culture shock for you at US? And okay, how is the gun and racism there in US?
Okay, those are fantastic questions. Carissa over here has nicely mentioned that she will be the speaker for the life and culture in the US session. That will elaborate a little bit more, right? But it's a really good question. She will go you through a very long list of things that will, I think, answer your question. Thank you so much, though. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh my God, this is a lot. Okay. Yes.
When it comes to going for a double major or getting another minor, is there like an application process or is it like an automatic thing?
So for at least there's no really specific process. You speak to your education advisor, academic advisors, right? Everyone is assigned to one, and they will guide you through the whole thing. They will tell you when you need to declare, what you should think about, and all. So I don't want to say anything too specific because it's different from school to school. But your academic advisor will be your #1 resource for this. Yeah, but don't worry too much about the process. We have fantastic. I'll go slower. All right, cool. Sure. I'll take from the top. Is there any preference? Dear facilitators up there, is there any preference on how I should take these questions? Okay. Oh, in the middle, please. Oh. Yeah.
Since both of you are already working, I'd just like to get your opinion on how the US education has prepared you differently from other grads.
I think we can both answer this actually. So I'll go with mine and Maska. I think we were different. So I think US grads are viewed a little bit differently in Malaysia. Maybe it depends from person to person, but I feel like I was viewed differently. I know when I went to my job, then I changed departments, so I've been through 3 bosses now, and every time I entered, they ask you, oh, where do you study? I said, oh, I study in New York University. And they went, oh, Budak US here, okay. And they would just stare at you. So I think the reason is, it's not so much the education, it's not so much like the content itself. Econ in US is the same as econ in the UK. It's the same as econ here, it's the same as econ in Australia, right? The real difference is the way you present yourself after that. I feel like US, because it's got more holistic way of approaching education, that I realized that I learned a lot, may not be directly related to my major, but it made me a more well-rounded individual. It also made me, I think, more outgoing, more prone to speaking out, you know, and I think that's where this idea comes from, that, oh, you're a US kid, you must be, I don't know, built different. I have no idea. But education-wise itself, like literally the content is the same, right? It's just your personality, I think, would be different.
Completely agree on the personality. I think the person I was 4 years ago and the person I am now has is completely different because of my experience in the US. You know, we mentioned briefly just now about the participation portion of classes, right? So that is something that's really true. The first semester, my biggest struggle was picking up in class because I'm like, I have nothing to say. What am I going to talk? What am I going to say, right? Especially in my econ classes, I'm like, I have no idea about this country's economy. Like, why am I going to criticize them? But I think as you go on, you would learn how to talk in classes, how to contribute to conversation, how to contribute to this discussion, and you will know that you have values to bring as an international student. So that is how it has helped my work experience as well. Because you know, at work, as a first year, right, you have to ask questions. You cannot really be scared, and that is something that US has really prepared me for. Kind of, you know, the courage to ask questions, the courage to speak up. And also, in terms of education-wise, it's kind of true as well. You have more freedom than the UK colleges to actually choose your elective. So if you know the company you're working for, kind of like your dead set dream company, right? So you can just kind of like curate your education to fit into the company's goals and values, you know. So hopefully that helps. Maybe you can do, yeah.
Since you only need to declare your major by the end of sophomore year, how do you know what prerequisite subject you need during pre-U before applying? Or does it work differently? Because, for example, in the UK education system, you need math A-levels to apply for an econs degree. So how does it work in the US education system? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So what I did was, because I kind of knew I have a scholarship to go to US, so I knew what I had to study. So I think that experience is a bit different for me, but I know students who actually applied to the US without a set major. So what they did was they take like general classes. So for example, like calculus or English classes or like psychology, right? So these are the classes you can actually transfer to the US as a general education requirement. So as we mentioned just now, that's a general education requirement, Gen Ed, we like to call it, I think. We have natural science requirement, social science and all kind of that. So it's kind of like, I don't think there's a compulsory subject in the US to apply though. There's no compulsory. So basically what you want to learn and what you want to transfer to your degree.
I think Mas covered it, but just a little bit more. It's just that you should check with, it depends what you want to study. Again, nothing is really required, but just note that if you are transferring, that means not applying as a first year. Right? Transferring means when you go there, you're already considered a second or third year. Just note that they want to make sure that you'll be able to finish your major. That is the most important thing for them. So if you are applying to say that let's say you want to be an engineer, right? But so far in your ADP or A-levels, you've taken, not so much A-levels, but ADP, you've taken classes that is like economics, accounting, finance, and it's like this just filled up everything, then they will be worried that you cannot complete your degree on time. That is the only thing they're looking out for. But you know, if you're already taking things that are along those lines, it really shouldn't be an issue. There's nothing specific. Yeah. Oh no, my questions. Okay. Maybe right now I'll take a couple of questions from the Slido first, then we'll go back to the crowd. I think the faculty said these are arranged in order of like, right? It's arranged by a moderator. Mm-hmm. That is a lot, okay. We're not able to finish this, but yeah. First one first. Is it possible to study in the US without obtaining a scholarship? It is possible. Mas and I are both scholars, so maybe it comes off as like maybe a bit weird, but it definitely is possible. Most of my friends do not have scholarships from Malaysia. That being said, do be mindful of cost. Some schools are inherently a lot more expensive than others, and the cost can vary very, very quickly. Example here is, I'm being straightforward. My school per year was 55,000 USD, tuition alone. I think Minnesota was 27,000 tuition. So it is literally double the cost, depending on what school you go to. And the differences can vary by a lot. So, if that's something that you are concerned about, do drop in. There's a session later on about financial aid as well. I think you can get a more in-depth answer from there. So, thanks. Do you have anything to add, Mas, on this? No. Okay. What extracurriculars did you guys did during high school to boost your personal statement? They also look for that aside for grade. Yep, the second part of the question, do they look for that? 100%. 110% they are looking out for extracurricular activities. That is the one thing about the US that I really, really like, but some people maybe they don't like it as much. There is nothing specific that they're looking for. It's not to say like, oh, I really have to join the debate team or I really have to do sports, if not I can't get into school. That is not true. But they are definitely looking for people who are active in extracurricular. Doesn't matter what it is. The important thing is, based on your experiences in your extracurriculars, you're able to craft a really good essay and a really good narrative of what kind of person you are, what kind of student you are going to be, and what kind of person you will be in the future. That is the important thing, right? Extracurriculars are important, specific types, not really. And there's also a question, there's also a session later on, I think, about crafting an essay for application, so look out for that as well. Does financial aid travel with you during study? Oh, that's a good question, yeah.
So it depends on the program and the college requirements. So for me, for Michigan, for study abroad, mostly is only for like PR or citizens. But the one that I did, I actually received like scholarship for it. So you just have really to be resourceful in the US. And there's a bunch of like different centers, like Korean centers, or like what I did was I went with the leadership center. So that's how I got the Europe trip covered, Europe study trip lah, And then yeah, so it really depends. You have to be resourceful on the college that you go to and the programs you apply to. Look for the niche clubs though. I think they are quite good on that. Pre-U program. The certain, okay, for the next one, we have the certain pre-U program have an advantage over others. We also have a session later on today on the pre-U, I think. So they will cover differences between A-levels, ADP, and IB and everything. So I would highly recommend you to go there. I don't think there's an advantage really. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, it really depends on where you want to go, what you want to do at the end of it. At the end of it, it's quite personal, I think, in the US.
Actually, I will offer a slightly different opinion from us. And again, the reason we have different opinions on this is because your admissions, right, is decided by an admissions officer in that school. What the admissions officer's admission criteria is different from school to school, major to major, university to university. So really, that's why we have different opinions, I think, because it is very subjective. My experience is that there's no advantage, but it's different. It is viewed slightly differently. A-levels and IB, for example, because they are an internationally recognized curriculum, it's something that they're a bit more comfortable with. We did ADP. Does that mean ADP is bad? Not at all, actually. If ADP was bad, we wouldn't be able to be in the States. But what it is that then they are not looking so much at the curriculum itself, because ADP depends on the school. Then they are looking at the school that we actually did ADP from. So there's no advantage or disadvantage, but there is a difference, a slight difference. Just putting it out there. And again, as Mas mentioned, there is a whole session about this, so hopefully you can get a more in-depth answer there. I think I'll take one more from here and then we can move back to the crowd, Mas. Okay. Is it true that NYU has no campus? It doesn't have a campus. This is definitely from someone who has been to the US before, so that is the joke. Another question. There was I thought I saw it. Yeah. Is there maximum annual admission quota for every national? Ooh, good question.
So there's something called DEI in the US. It's called Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. So they are trying harder every single day to include everyone, people from different colors and races, that kind of thing. So depending, I think there will be schools that are trying really, really hard to expand or to kind of like increase the number of international students in the college, right? For better stats, that kind of thing, you know, for the ranking and everything. So I think there is that kind of thing where they want to admit more international students, more students from different backgrounds, they like to call it. But I don't think there's an annual admission quota. There's a quota for the whole like class. Like, you know, okay, so for example, Michigan can only accept 2,000 people, that kind of thing, right? But no lah, we accept more lah because it's such a big school. But they don't have like that kind of like specific, if that makes sense. So definitely you can research on which school have bigger international student population, which school is more like friendly to that, you know, friendly policy. There's some that kind of things. Since minor is optional, well, it affects my grade if I take it, but did not do well. It affects your grade. It affects your CGPA. You actually have your CGPA minor and everything. But is it really important? I don't think so. Like employees, they don't look at your minor CGPA when they are recruiting for jobs, but it does affect your overall CGPA. So, you know, definitely think about that. Everything affects your CGPA except for the pass-fail classes. But the pass-fail classes, you cannot pass-fail your minor or your major, that kind of thing. So I cannot pass through my econ classes. So if I bet, you just have to take it in lah. So your Gen Ed, you can. So for example, your English also you cannot. So for example, if I'm taking ceramics, I pass fail it actually because I'm quite bad at it. So you know my plates keep on like falling, breaking. I just pass fail it. It was fun though, but so yeah, do like, you know, I don't know if you pass fail your electives. Yeah, I take it for fun and, you know, no commitment.
My mic is out of battery. Oh, it is, okay. My mic did not want me to talk about racism. Okay, how do I deal with racism? That is a really loaded question. Thank you so much for asking it. I'll preface it by saying I think this can be discussed further also in the life and culture session later on. But just my 2 cents on it is I think it is dealt differently with different people, and it's also it's experienced differently depending on where you are. There are some parts that I think that you will see this manifest more often than others, but most universities and colleges are located in places called college towns, or located in environments where it's just mostly students around, you know. So I would say that while it is a factor to be considered, it is not necessarily something that was too prominent in my experience, and truthfully in many of the experiences of my friends from other schools as well. Yeah, that's what I can say for now, but really we can dive deeper into this in the life and culture session, and I think it will benefit everyone more. But thank you so much for that. Yeah. Okay. So that's all the time we have today. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Oh, I think just maybe to add on racism, I think, you know, my parents were also concerned about that, you know, because they've never been to the States and they're sending their youngest, only daughter to the States. It was a big concern for them. But definitely what you see on news is something that rarely happens, I can say. In my 4 years here, in my 4 years back there, I didn't experience it, you know, like very major racism or anything. People were actually very nice to you, you know, they want to know where you're from, they want to know more about your culture. So I think, it depends. And also, you know, I think what you see on news is very rare occasion, you know, that's why, and yeah, rare occasion. But if you have any more questions specific to our campuses, you can reach out to us, but yeah.
Yeah, please do reach out to us. Thank you so much for your engagement.
Wow, that was such an exciting and interesting session, right? Okay, so what a great way to kick off USAPPS 2023. Next up, we have a keynote speech from Arman and Nithya Sri.
Hi everyone, great to see everyone here. Good morning. So my name is Nithya Sri. I just graduated from University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign in Material Science and Engineering, and I'll be the moderator for this session. So we have Arman Hussain here, who's our keynote speaker, and he'll be sharing about his experiences of studying in both the US and the UK. Just a little reminder before we start our session is that I'd like to encourage everyone to keep an open mind as we'll be having a conversation on Arman's unique experiences in the UK and the US, and it may not apply to everyone because everyone's journey is different. So hopefully we can gain some valuable insight and have a little bit of a better understanding of what it can be like to study in the US as well as the UK. So let's begin. Do you have some?
Yeah, sure.
Wait, is that working? Okay, cool.
Testing. Yeah, I think it's working.
Okay, perfect. So let me introduce our keynote speaker. So he's a Yazan Kazan, and he graduated cum laude from from Columbia University with a degree in economics and history. And he completed his first master's as a Rhodes Scholar at Magdalen College, Oxford, for economics for development. And Arman will be pursuing an MBA later this year. True to his American collegiate ethos, Arman has eclectic interests. He geeks over public-private partnerships, legal and economic history, and Islamic political economy and finance in the context of Malaysian economic development. Currently, Arman is working on impact investments and public equity at Bintang Capital Partners. He previously served as a Perdana Fellow at the Ministry of Housing and Local Government under Dato Sri Rizal Nena American. After graduation, Arman plans to join Khazanah National Berhad to work towards a more sustainable, prosperous, and inclusive nation for all Malaysians. And in his free time, he enjoys traveling, running, and cycling long distance. Okay, perfect. So let's start with the questions. So let's start at the beginning of your journey. So you did A-levels at KYUEM, and many people that do A-levels kind of go on to study in the UK. How was your experience like applying? I'm assuming you applied to both the UK and the US, and like how was that experience, as well as how did you manage that, and why did you ultimately choose the US?
All right. Thanks for the question, Nithya. Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everyone. I just want to start by thanking USAPPS for inviting me to give the keynote speech. I was actually here a couple of years back as a facilitator, not here physically because it was online during COVID. And maybe just to build on the caveat that you, I guess, prefaced this entire session with, what I'll be sharing today will be a very unique experience, primarily because of the fact that I lived through COVID, or I did my college education through COVID. And I came straight to the UK after my undergraduate studies, so I have like a very different experience. Some of the things that I'll be sharing might be less flattering than you would expect, but I guess just to drive home the point that it's a very unique experience. You have a different one, hopefully, unless we have like a COVID 2.0, hopefully not. But I guess the main takeaway from this session would be, US good, anywhere else is bad, okay? And to answer your question, yes, I did my A-levels at KYUM. It was actually an 18-month program, so I was a Khazanah early harvest scholar. So what that means is after I applied using my trial results, I got in, I sat for my SPM in December, and then in January I started my studies and finished the year after, okay? And it was a very circuitous route to the US that I took. The original plan was to study law in the UK, which is why I did A-levels, and I thought, okay, 18 months is enough time. I want to start my undergraduate studies as soon as possible. And at the time, I was very single-minded and dead set on pursuing law in the UK. I think it primarily came from this sort of like ethos, or rather approach to education that I had in the public boarding school that I went to in Malacca, right? So SPM was much more straightforward. Like if you put in the effort, you get straight A+ or what have you. And I thought the same thing can be replicated for A-levels as well as college education or undergraduate. But I found the hard way that that's not the case at all. When I got to KYUEM, I thought I wanted to study law, but now I realized looking back that, hey, actually, perhaps it was too simplistic a decision to make. Maybe just for some context, how I came to decide to do law is by simple or pure elimination, right? So in the Malaysian public schooling system, or in Asian family settings in general, you only have one, you get to choose one out of 4 subjects, the lame subjects or male, whatever you want to call it. It's like the law, accounting, medicine, or engineering, all right? I went to a science high school. I decided science was not for me. I did okay, but I don't think I wanted to pursue it any further. So it's either going to be law or accounting. So by accounting involved numbers. I didn't like that either. I did a bit of debating. So law sounded like a good option. But when I got to KYUEM, I realized that, actually, the Malaysian public schooling system, perhaps some of the public schools are better than others, but at least the one I went to really didn't prepare me for undergraduate education overseas in the UK, to be more specific. I wanted to study law in Oxford. It has been like a lifelong dream of mine. Didn't get in, so I cried the night I found out. But I did get into a couple of other universities as well, but I guess my sponsor they wouldn't sponsor me to study there. I ended up taking a gap year and applied to the US, to the UK and Australia. So that's another thing that probably would distinguish me from others. I think for most of you, you wouldn't have the privilege of taking a gap year for various reasons, but fortunately I did, so I had more time to do a little bit of soul searching, and I had time to study for the SATs, write very long college applications, numerous iterations. I applied to the US, I got into Columbia, fortunately, and I settled on studying in the US because I thought, even after the gap year, it's not enough for me to really understand myself and figure out what I want to study. And the flexibility that the US education offers was really appealing to me. At least the case in Columbia, you didn't have to declare your major until the end of your second year, your sophomore year. And then there's the emphasis of a liberal arts education, where you have to be very holistic in your approach to academics, as well as your extracurriculars. And I thought, maybe this is like my calling, because I feel like when I was doing my A-levels and I was thinking of studying in the UK, I was very, not to say simple-minded, but more like, it was a very uneventful period of my time. I didn't feel like I grew as a person, because the logic was, you just sit for your exams, if you put in the work, then you get into your dream uni, that's the end of that. When really, there's so many things that you have to learn that's out there, and you're just beginning to, grow as a person. But for me at that point, when I was doing my A-levels in KY, it felt like, I already got like very good results in SPM, got a scholarship. All I have to get now is a offer from uni. So I didn't feel like I need to put in the work. So it felt like very bland. It wasn't a particularly colorful moment in my life. And I decided, hey, I'm still young. I want to go halfway across the world and make some memories and really grow as a person. So long story short, I guess it's a pretty long story already. That's how I settled in the US, yeah.
Oh, that's great. Glad you finally achieved your dream of going to Oxford as well. And you talked a little bit about your gap year. Many people might be a bit hesitant to do a gap year. So I'd love to hear about how, you did already talk about it a little bit, but if you'd like to expand a little bit more of how the gap year specifically helped you in your journey.
Maybe I'll start by saying that gap year is not a particularly popular option, or at least it wasn't the case when I took it, right? From my scholarship program, I think I might have been the first one to take a gap year. So I had to be the one pitching the idea to my sponsor, and they weren't particularly agreeable to it. And the only reason I managed to take a gap year is because I really have no other option. I don't have a uni that they would sponsor me to study at. And they actually forced me to study in Australia, and if I got an offer, they would just send me to Australia, because at the time, Australian uni start in February, I think, all right? So in the sense, I was sort of trailblazing the path. It was a very scary time in my life. I wasn't really sure what I'll be doing. And, if people ask me during Raya or any festivities, what are you doing now? How do I explain myself, right? I'm not exactly studying it. It feels like you're in a limbo. But I think it's also a very maturing experience, because in the US, even if there's a structure to your education, there are classes that you have to go to or not, it's really up to you, still you curate your own experience. You choose your own classes, the classes that you want to take, and you choose the clubs that you want to join. And yeah, it is what you make of it, right? So you have 4 years to do that. And I see my gap year as a way to sort of prime myself for that state of being as a student. And what I did then was I studied a bunch of different languages. A lot of self-studying. I also took a couple of classes at Alliance Française. So the languages that I studied were French, Spanish, German, a bit of Mandarin as well. And the reason behind that was because a couple of years before that, I remember watching like a very, like my favorite movie called Arrival. I think the director was called Villeneuve, starring Amy Adams and Jeremy Renner. It was about aliens, coming to Earth, and then humans were trying to establish contact with them. How do you communicate with aliens? Like, why are they here? And the main takeaway from the story is that I guess the premise was on the fact that languages can somehow affect your perception of time, right? So when Amy Adams picked up this alien language, she suddenly had this uncanny ability to perceive the future as well, transport herself back to the past. And I found that concept very fascinating. And I thought, like I live in Malaysia, right? Like we have so many languages here. Maybe I'm in a very ideal experimental setting for me to test this hypothesis out. So I did. The outcome of it was a bit I'm not really sure my perception of time really changed. But I did spend a lot of time studying the languages, really enjoyed it. It's actually what I wrote my college application essay about. Right? So other than that, I also volunteered at the Rohingyan Community School in Cheras. So I taught science, maths, and religious studies to kids of Rohingyan refugees. And what else? I also took a bunch of performing. I did a bit of dancing, traditional dancing, and performing arts and theatre at Kuala Lumpur Performing Arts Centre. So it was a very rich experience. It's something that I've never done before, going through the motions of high school and then KYUM. And ultimately, I feel like a gap year is probably one of the best decisions that I've ever made. So if you can, definitely take one. I think it gives you more skill sets, or I guess a realization on how to make a better use of your US education as well, right? Because if you go in as a student, straight from high school, then I think you approach college education in a similar way you approach high school, which probably isn't the best way. College has so much more to offer to you, and so I think you should definitely see what else is there out there before you go to college, so that you have a better sense on when I get to college, what are the classes that I'm interested in? What are the other things that I haven't yet tried during my gap year? Or what are the things that I've already tried during my gap year, but I really want to hone further because I know I have like a passion and I see myself doing this after graduating. So yeah, I guess that's a little bit of the gap year that I took.
So when you finally ended up choosing the US and going to Columbia, it must have been at least a little bit scary for both you and your family of like traveling so far. And how did you deal with that and concerns from your family as well?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. I'm sensing there's a couple of parents in the audience today. So maybe this one, I guess, is particularly hits close to home. And I start by saying it's a parent's job to worry. And so it's, I guess, for most of you, especially if your parents have never studied in the US before, it's only natural for you to encounter the difficulty of convincing your parents to let you go halfway across the world, right? In my case, it was 12-hour and sometimes 13-hour difference. So it's like the complete opposite of Malaysia, right? It was particularly difficult for me to convince my parents. My mom studied in the UK, my dad in Egypt, but he went to the UK to work, and that's where he met my mom. So they were very UK-oriented, and never once in their life they would ever thought one of their children would study in the US. So I guess what I did was like have a couple of very heavy and difficult discussions with them over dinner. And sure enough, I guess they weren't really opposed to the idea, because especially I already have a scholarship, like I have a support system. But it's more about like persuading them that, it's okay, I'll call them every day, which I did. And whenever the opportunity arises, I would come back home as well. Hazana scholars, like at least the year before me, they were given like the allowance to come back to Malaysia every year because we have programmings during the summer that we have to attend as Hazana scholars. So that in particular sort of like allayed their concerns as well. But then again, just acknowledging my privilege being like a male, I think for a lot of females in the audience, especially if you're Malay, coming from Malay households, very, very difficult. I heard there was like a question on racism, for example, early on, right? So the problems in the US are real. Some of them can be imagined, but the real ones are real. So if you wear a hijab, for example, and you walk down the street, sometimes you may encounter instances where people were catcalling you or just maybe pull off your hijab. So those worries are valid and real, but I guess what would sort of like allay the concerns of yourself and your parents would be just to reach out to current students in the US and get their perspective, how they're dealing with the difficulties that are going through your head, and maybe start following NAMSA on Instagram and just see what kind of support system they have to offer to the students in the US. And you should be more assured as your parents will be. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm glad you brought up NAMSA as well. I feel like NAMSA helps like all the Malaysian students like all across US, but then also within, like, I'd just like to add on, like within the university itself, I'm sure there'll be like some Malaysian associations that can be really, really helpful in kind of helping you settle in, kind of help you to deal with any problems that you may have, just kind of build a very strong support system. And like in UIUC, there was a very strong Malaysian community there that can kind of help in many different ways to kind of alleviate your problems and provide support for you. Yeah, so I guess moving on to the next question. So you also did a double major in Colombia and in 3 years. How and why did you do that? Like, why? What was your motivation behind it?
Yes, so for context, I studied economics and history. Those are the two majors that I declared in my college application. So I guess going into college, I had a good sense on what I want to study, but still I took a bunch of classes, introductory classes in other departments as well. The motivation behind doing a double major is a pragmatic one. If I have all the money in the world, I don't have to worry about getting a job. I would have studied something like, I know, classics and history, or history and Middle Eastern studies and political science. But I made economics my first major because knowing what's going to come after college, which is the real world, you have to work, and working in a space like Hazana, which is very corporate-like, right, and in the investments field, then I know that at least half of the things that I study in college has to be technical in nature. If I'm being honest with myself, I don't particularly enjoy economics, which is surprising because I just did a master's in economics in Oxford. But yeah, I think, I guess the beauty of studying in the US is that it really gives you the opportunity to decide for yourself what kind of academic experience you want to have. If you want to pursue, a very good friend of mine studied history and dance at Wesleyan, right? Which to me is like a very killer combo. It engages like all faculties of your brain and also your physicality as well. But for me, I see myself operating in a GLC space after graduating. So I know I have to have some technical grounding in economics. I want to be introduced as an econ major. It's an entire community of consultants, investment bankers, their bad reputation aside. But also the other half is history, because I guess that's just my love at first sight, whereas econ is an acquired taste. So maybe if you're the kind of person like I am, you don't have a singular interest, or maybe when finding what your ikigai is, you realize that, oh, actually it's unattainable for me, given that I live in Malaysia. So maybe you need to have like one foot in something more practical, or what the industry demands of you, and the other foot in something more passion-driven, right? And that sort of like neutralizes the hate or contempt or the very bad experience that you have studying econs or engineering or what have you. And I would say history is what got me through econs, and I did econs because of career prospects mainly. And I was determined to do a double major because I think that is the value of the US system. I'm here to speak to you guys today to show you that it's not about just studying different things as well. Studying different things to your heart's content, but it's also about commitment. And that's, I guess, what I wanted to prove to myself, that I have these two interests, I want to commit to them, so I studied both in college.
So let's talk about your personal experience. Like, how would you compare how your personal experience was both in like Colombia and in the UK?
My personal experience, I think there's a lot to the question. Maybe I'll start by saying academically, I enjoyed the US more, but in terms of the environment that I'm in, I enjoyed the UK more. And primarily being the UK, you have more Malaysians there, so you feel at home, or maybe that's just the case for me because my parents were in the UK before, and I've been to the UK a couple of times. And the UK also feels safer to me and I don't think I have a lot to be worried about being male and not particularly Muslim looking. So I don't have to worry about racism and whatnot. So it just feels safer. But I think coming from a female friend of mine, the way she describes it is particularly poignant. She describes the UK as being a failing welfare state. Although it's failing, it is a welfare state, which the US is not. So, if bad things happen to you, like if you get hit by a bus, then you wouldn't need to worry about going to hospital and forking out, 50K, right? In fact, it's free. Public health in the UK is free, whereas in the US, the feeling is it's opposite, right? You worry about things. I studied in New York City. It's a very busy city with quite high, a homeless population. So and gun violence is also an issue, terrorism, etc., etc. But I really enjoyed the academics there. So if I were to come up with my dream uni for undergrad, it would have probably been the intersection between the US and the UK, the academics of the US with the environment of the UK. Maybe socially, as I mentioned early on, there are more Malaysians in the UK than the US. So there's upsides and downsides to it, right? So in the UK, I can imagine myself not mingling with people from other countries. So mainly just Malaysians, be the president of a Malaysian society, and do little else. But that's also can be a good thing, right? Because ultimately, once you graduate college, unfortunately, Malaysia, it's mainly about who you know as well, rather than what you know. So the UK, since many Malaysians studied there, a lot of our politicians, a lot of our leaders in the GLC space study in the UK. And part of the reason why they got so far in life is because they all know each other. They formed this elite, close circle of Malaysian elitists, for better or for worse. In the US, by contrast, depending on which uni you go to, in my case, I went to Columbia, not a lot of Malaysians. In my year, there were only 3. The entire university, probably less than 20. There wasn't really a Malaysian scene, but that really forced me to exit my comfort zone, try to socialize with people from other backgrounds and races, and that really helped me to acquire the social skills that I needed as someone like an awkward teenager coming out of high school. And then I realized early on in college that, I also had autism, so how do I navigate that? I think it's not something that everyone has the privilege of coming to realizing to, given the setting that you're in. We can talk more about any of these things, but I'm just going to stop there for now.
Yeah, so you did mention that you prefer the US education system, and I think even in the previous session, many people, they were talking about how the US education system was more holistic, and that's also what drew me to the US. Yeah, so would you like to talk more about what were your favorite classes in the US, or the more do you feel it was more rigorous than in the UK, or it's just was it just the fact that it was more holistic that you liked?
Right. It's flexible, right? So I think you can take away different things from the US education system depending on how you want to use that flexibility. For me, I realized early on that I'm not a particularly academic person, so I went down the route of trying out different things as opposed to specializing in something early on, and then in my, say, junior year and senior year, take PhD level classes, which you can do, right, if you have the capacity. And if you decide to go to grad school and do a PhD program later down the road. So for me, it's a flexibility and trying out different things, being more holistic. I wanted to say something else. Let me think. So the thing about the US education system as well is that, or maybe I'll say this, US is a very weird space. So for me, the way I approach the education in the US is by trying to understand the space that I'm operating in, right? On the one hand, US is very familiar because we have exposure to a lot of the media or movies we imported from the US. So when I got there, it wasn't that surprising. I wasn't that culture shocked because I sort of know what I was signing up for. But then on the other, it's also particularly weird because there are finer things about the US that you can only find out about once you're there or once you're in the space, in the country, right? And I was really fascinated by the finer things in the US. So in the classes that I took, we paid particular attention to what makes the US the US. I guess that's another thing about the education there. It's very American-centric. Americans in general are very self-centric, self-centered. That's how they view the world. If you take political science classes, chances are you'll take it from an American perspective or angle. Even if you're studying East Asian studies, it's coming from a perspective of Americans, right? You prioritize reading American academics, et cetera, And the two readings that I particularly like or inform my worldview today, one is Alexis de Tocqueville, which is a required reading. It's called Democracy in America. So de Tocqueville was a French philosopher or travelogue, I'm not sure. He went to the US and he wrote about his observations of American society. So there's a lot of points that, when I was reading the book, I was like, that's actually interesting. We shared the same views about how weird the US is, or how inspiring it is, or sometimes how disappointing the American society is. And the other is Said Qutb's Social Justice in Islam. Said Qutb was an Egyptian Muslim scholar who went to the US for his postgraduate degree, and he hated the US, right? Because to him, he saw the US as a place of social decadence. And I guess I shouldn't be sharing this with you guys, because Said Qutb is actually, his book, Social Justice in Islam, was read by ISIS militants. It's one of the things that they write to fire up their hatred against the US. But yeah, this is something that you need to be mindful of as well. The US is a global leader in every way, in majority of ways rather. So that can give you a sense of what it means to become a global leader. How do you fashion yourself as a leader? And what are the implications of the criticisms or maybe the compliments that you can give to the US, or the things that you can criticize about the US. So that's my approach to the education in the US when I was doing a bunch of literature, philosophy classes, and even econs and history ones.
Very interesting insight. You being a Rhodes Scholar, I'm assuming you have a lot of very impressive background in extracurricular activities that you've done, and I'm sure that everyone would be interested to hear. So what are some extracurricular activities that you've done in both Columbia and in Oxford?
So at Columbia, I was all over the place, because in line of this period of trying out different things, I was in a consulting club, I was in investment banking one, I did a bit of badminton, a bit of swimming. So it's hard to sort of pinpoint just one club that I stick to throughout all 3 or 4 years. But the ones that I really commit to are the ones that are outside of Colombia. So they're based in Malaysia. One is the Malaysian Relief Agency, and the other being Association for Malaysian Economics Undergraduates. And I think for me, the reason why I sort of juggled this duality in my extracurriculars, Malaysian-based ones and American ones. One, because of COVID. At some point in my life, I was based in Malaysia for 1 year. And I didn't want to commit to US clubs because of the time differences, etc. So I signed up for Malaysian ones instead. And the other reason for doing that is because, as I mentioned, US clubs, or I guess the US way of doing things, is very American-centric. There were times when I feel like I don't belong. And what's the point of doing all of this? I'm Malaysian. After graduating, I want to come back to Malaysia. So I need to have networking. I need to have some discussions around Malaysian topics. Those are, I guess, the two sort of extracurricular lives that I juggle. And I guess another thing that I should point out is NAMSA. I'm just plugging NAMSA again for those interested. NAMSA really created a safe space for Malaysian students studying in the US. So I was executive, CR executive, and then I became the Secretary General the year after. And I spent a lot of time working with the Malaysian community there and getting to know as many Malaysians there in America, and just talking about what their experience has been like, and it's been really, really helpful.
It's very inspiring to hear you being very involved in Malaysia and Malaysian organizations. I guess so. What about the unique opportunities that you feel like you've obtained from studying in the US, and how do you feel like you've best made use of those to kind of eventually become a Rhodes Scholar?
Since you ended the question with Rhodes Scholar, right. I guess the first thing that I'll share with you is that if you're interested in the scholarship program at all, then US is the place to go to. Ever since it was reintroduced from its hiatus in, I think, 2017, the majority of Malaysian Rhodes Scholars went to American universities. So there must be something in the water that facilitates Malaysian students studying there to eventually end up or become Rhodes Scholars from Malaysia. And the thing is, there's such a huge culture or hoo-ha around the Rhodes Scholarship in the US. Every year, America sends the most Rhodes Scholars to Oxford. There's 32 of them, whereas there's only one Malaysian Rhodes Scholar every year. And I think for me, there is a sense that every university is sort of like competing which uni sends the most Rhodes Scholar or Marshall or Schwartzman, Knight Hennessy Scholars every single year. For Columbia, we have this office called the Undergraduate Research and Fellowship Office, which is your go-to if you're interested in thinking of studying abroad or applying for postgraduate scholarships. And they have counselors and facilitators there that help you with your personal statement or just applying for different things and maybe strategies to get a good recommendation letter. So that's one thing that I think Columbia in particular, and maybe the US unis in general, is very good at doing. Whereas students in the UK, they don't particularly have access to that. It's a pretty sink or swim kind of situation. Like once you get in, sit for exams, you study, and that's it. Other than that, you don't really get much support. And I think the other thing about the US that allowed me to get to where I am today is, I guess, just having like a vision or just rethinking my trajectory for the next 10 or 20 years of my life. Because for most of you who are thinking of applying, this is the exercise that you will have to do for the next 3 to 4 years, even after you get after you getting into your university, because there are other applications that you would want to put in, whether it's for clubs or whether it's for studying abroad opportunities, and the questions that they'll ask in the application forms tend to be very existential or very common app-like, right? So very lighthearted, and in so doing, in writing those college essays, you introspect a lot, right? And UK, not so much. UK is very meritocratic in the sense that, do you have the grades? Do you have the experience? Sure, get in. Whereas US, there's a lot of subjectivity around it, but in navigating the ambiguity around the entire application process, you do a lot of soul searching, right? And ultimately for the Rhodes Scholarship, I think they emphasize more on leaders with a sense of purpose and direction. So you may be getting the best grades by going to Oxford for your undergrad, but if the uni doesn't facilitate or encourage you to introspect with what you're doing, with the access to resources that you have, then it's hard to, I guess, make the cut for a lot of the other opportunities out there as well.
After having experienced like both Columbia and Oxford, how do you feel like the education system, or just like in general, how do you feel like the different systems have prepared you for life beyond college?
So one is the social and cultural capital. So maybe the way I'm approaching this question is about, having gone through both education system, what do I get out of those two? Some of them can be similar, some of them can be different. So one is social and cultural capital. So when I go to cocktail parties, I have like factoids about the US or the UK that I can share with people, and it gives you a way to connect with them as well. Oh, you studied in the US, right? Whereabouts? So I've never been to the state. What's it like? Oh, you studied the UK. So they repeat the same conversation over and over. So broaden your perspective so that you can connect with as many people as possible. Because ultimately, your undergraduate career is a very formative part of your life, right? And whenever you want to connect with someone, one of the go-to ways is to sort of like ask about their education background. If they're similar, it's easier to connect. If it's different, maybe harder, but it can also be a talking point just to understand or figure out the differences. And then social cultural capital in terms of access to the performing arts scene as well. I'm particularly big on performing arts. In the UK, you have the West End. Oxford has a theatre there as well that put on lots of shows every week. The US, being in New York City, Broadway shows every weekend. You get free tickets from Columbia. And sometimes they force you to go because you're required to watch Broadway musicals before a discussion that you have about, say, the Iliad or what have you, right? And so the social and cultural capital thing is really important. And the second one is probably technical skills as well. I think the UK does a better job at this than the US, but maybe it's just because of my approach to US. I wanted to be more carefree, but by the time I got to Oxford, it's like, grind time, baby. You have to be really technical and rigorous academically. Otherwise, there's really no worth in graduating from Oxford or LSE or a UCL. What else? Maybe another thing is just to, again, as I mentioned, knowing yourself better. Life is very scary. I'm about to, after my MBA, I'll be looking for jobs. So just figuring that out is really scary. And if you don't have a framework or the know-how, how to approach ambiguity in life, then it's a make or break kind of situation. And I think a lot of US students have the emotional resilience and a better sense of adaptability that really gets them far after college.
Just to kind of summarize your points, what do you think is like the good, the bad, and the ugly of both studying in the UK and the US?
The good, the bad. In the US, what's good about it is, I guess, the flexibility, the kind of people that you meet, I guess, is another one. Because you guys are a self-selecting bunch of people, right? Studying in the US is not a popular option for Malaysians for obvious reasons. We were colonized by the UK, so it was a clearer path to the UK. But then again, there's also this barriers to studying in the US to begin with. Application fees are highly expensive. And when you pay, you still have essays to write. Even if you can pay, you still have to write essays, which takes a lot of time. But the good thing about it is when you get the offer letter and you decide to study in the US, then it's probably going to be the best time of your life because of the people that you meet went through a similarly rigorous process. So it's the people, that's a good thing. The bad, I guess for me is, it's not a space made for Malaysians. I think international students are there, particularly more to benefit the Americans than the Americans are there to benefit the international students. Whereas in the UK, it's very international. Their higher education is an entire industry. It's much more diverse. So for instance, LSE has 70% of their students are international students, whereas in Colombia, only 30% are international students. So that can be a good thing or a bad thing, but to me, it was a bad thing at times. I'm going to stop there for now.
Perfect. That was great. I guess let's move on to Q&A. Okay, so please scan the QR code and let us know what questions that you have for Arman. Do we want to do the... Or do you want to do... Do you want to...
Hi, Arman.
Hello.
I'm a parent. Okay, so that means you did your master in econs in Oxford, and then now you are pursuing another master in MBA in Oxford, right, as well. Why are you taking two masters? I mean, I would have reckoned that one master's is already enough. Why didn't you take from Bachelor in Econs from Columbia and then straight away take MBA in Oxford? Why are you wasting your time?
Okay. Thank you for the question. And the simple answer to that is just because of convenience. I was fortunate to be awarded a scholarship in my junior year to pursue postgraduate studies in Oxford for 2 years. And as a Rhodes Scholar, you get to choose how to spend your 2 years, whether you start immediately as a DPhil student, which is a Oxford speak for PhD, or you do just one master's or 2 masters, which is a very popular option. So I decided to go down the route of doing a 2 masters. If it were up to me, I would have probably jumped straight to doing an MBA because it's more practical. But then there are restrictions in place about, you can only do your MBA in your 2nd year as a scholar in residence. And also, I think the reason behind that is because you're technically supposed to have 2 to 3 years of work experience before doing an MBA, but they'll give you a pass if you, do 1 year in Oxford studying something else, and then you do the MBA in your 2nd year. But I think you're hinting at like a bigger question here, which is when you make life choices, how do you justify them, right? And similarly, if you want to study in the US and you speak to family members who don't particularly get, why the US? Why so far? Don't we have good universities in Malaysia, whether it's UIA, or NUS, or even in the UK? And I guess it's something a strange exercise that you have to do. I told you the story about taking a gap year. That's a self-explanation, a lot of self-explanation that you have to do as well. So yeah, it's just something that everyone has to do, and something that you should be doing so that by the time someone asks you that question, you have like a answer to it. Hopefully I answered your question well, but maybe I guess just to add another dimension to the answer would be, I did my college during COVID years, so I think it broken the experience for me. I was in Malaysia for 1 year and I thought, okay, US is fun and all, but I'm ready to turn over a new leaf and start fresh elsewhere and see if maybe I can have a better experience in the UK. So I decided to do that. I applied during my junior year, my sophomore year. Usually people apply for the roads in their junior year. I applied, I got in. I thought, maybe this is a sign from the universe to just go straight to grad school after 3 years in the US. And so I did. And I thought, since I graduated early from Columbia, maybe I have the privilege of studying 2 years in Oxford. Whereas for most Americans, they did 4 years of college and another 2 years in Oxford, so that's 6 years in total. Whereas for me, I did 3 years of college, 2 years in Oxford, that's still 5 years. But I also get maybe the pressure to graduate early, finish up your studies as soon as possible, because Malaysians, we start our academic career quite late. So by the time you get to the US, you're probably 1 or 2 years older than your classmates. And for me, being a very insecure teenager or young adult, that factored into the decisions that I made as well. Graduate early and, ideally, if I can finish early, do it. But Oxford has been treating me very well. I felt like, maybe another year is worth it. Someone's paying for it. And even if I were to graduate now, it's a terrible economy to be graduating into. So why not do an MBA and hopefully in the process, pad my CVs and increase my chances of landing a good job after graduating. Hope that answers. Any other questions? Yes.
Why did you choose the UK for your postgraduate studies? Why not in the US? Is the UK supposed to be more academically rigorous or better prepares you technically than the US?
One, because of my lifelong dream of studying in Oxford. That was my first love. Didn't get in for my undergrad, so I thought, hey, I got this scholarship, this opportunity. It's like a shoe-in, basically. So it's a no-brainer. Applying is really expensive and just a very draining process. So I thought, the first instance I got in, let's not do any more of that. Just go straight to the UK. And I think another reason is because for the UK, their postgraduate programs tend to be more, or at least part of them, tailored for aspiring professionals. Whereas in the US, very few universities, or not as many, offer master's program as standalone programs. You usually study master's en route to getting a PhD. So a PhD program is 5 years in the US. The first 2 years is when you do your coursework, and after finishing your coursework, that's when you're granted an MA or MPhil, I'm not sure. But yeah, you get both, and after 2 or 3 more years of research, you get your PhD. Whereas in the UK, if you want to do standalone masters, there's a lot of universities that offer those programs. And in my case, MSc in Economics for Development is for people thinking of doing work in the international development space, and MBA for people thinking of going into the corporate space. In the US, I think the closest you can get to that is an MBA, which requires 2 to 3 years worth of experience that I do not have at the moment. And then the MBA is a 2-year program, so the opportunity cost is also very, very high. And then scholarship opportunities, they're not as many, is what I would say. I guess if you were to study there, then you have to take out loans, probably rely on financial aid, and be a bit creative in terms of sourcing scholarship opportunities from Malaysia. Yep, great question. Okay.
Well, let's have one question from Slido. Would you say econs in the UK focuses more on practicality compared to the US, or is it the opposite?
Interesting question. I would say UK is less practical in the sense that it's very academically rigorous, and more often than not, unless you're planning to become an academic, you won't be using the things that you study in the UK at all. The same goes for my friends who study accounting and finance and who's now working in Hazana Investments. She was basically, like the things that you study in college or university, you don't remember most of it. Like after you set for your exams, chances are you're just going to detox, get rid of everything and forget everything, right? So I think in general, academic studies are impractical. You learn more and better while on the job, right? But in the US, it can be more practical depending on the courses that you choose. So for example, with econs, you can go down the route of more development economics, or if you're thinking of going into investment banking, then you can take electives like financial economics, accounting and finance. So those are the courses that are more applicable to you. But it can also be very less practical or more academic if you take like more mathematical courses, like public economics or advanced econometrics. So that flexibility it goes both ways. But with the UK, by virtue of being more academically rigorous, I think in general it's less practical. Yep.
Thank you so much, Arman, for all your great answers. I'm sure everyone learned a lot from it. Oh, wait, one more question? Okay, yes.
Sorry, I wanted to ask this. How do you think your outlook on the world has changed before you studied abroad, and then after you went to the US, and then after you went to the UK?
Oh, this is a question I did not prepare for. How did my outlook change? I think I triangulated myself better as a Malaysian, which is, I guess, the entire narrative that I wrote for my Rhodes Scholarship application. Right? So I think Malaysia being a very small country compared to the UK and to the US, so when you go to these two countries, you feel very small and underrepresented, no one's advocating for you. Then there is this internal pressure to advocate for yourself and for your country and create a space, safe space for yourself and the people who identify with the Malaysian community and Malaysian culture. And yeah, I think it's just a realization that Malaysia is not the center of universe. I've been in Malaysia my whole life. I did my schooling, 12 to 13 years of schooling here. So studying abroad really opened up, widened my horizons in the sense that the world is your oyster. Other countries have so much more to offer. I've started to understand why some Malaysians don't want to come back to Malaysia after graduating because they rather work elsewhere. So it's a very eye-opening, can also be very pessimistic or bleak outlook on the world sometimes. Life is so complicated. I understand why people who grew up in Malaysia and had the same experience as I do end up making different decisions, whether it's about studying or working in the US or working in the UK. People experimenting with new identities, whether it's religious or sexual identity. To me, when I was in Malaysia, going to like a conservative boarding school, everything seemed so simple and linear. But now things are just so complicated. It's so scary. But at the same time, it's also reinforces your Malaysia identity in a sense. Like I know a lot of Malaysians, when they were in Malaysia, they don't speak any Malay or Chinese. They don't even listen to Malaysian songs. But when they get to the UK and the US, masa itulah nak dengar lagu-lagu jiwang, and every time they meet like Malaysians, they would want to speak in Malay, practice more Malay, right? So yeah, it's a very interesting experience to sort of like widen your horizons at the same time, but also reinforce your Malaysian identity. So that triangulation, I guess, is sort of like one paradigm shift that I experienced. And now coming back from the UK and the US, I'm much more empowered to operate in this Malaysian setting because I know we have like a long way to go in terms of catching up with other countries. And to be in this space with all of you and with my friends who went to the US, it's really inspiring because when you're in the same room, sparks fly, there's so many ideas and exchanges that happen because we have the perspective of studying in other countries outside of Malaysia. So problem triangulation, I guess, is a short answer to that. Great question, thank you.
Thank you for all of your great answers. I'm sure everyone learned a lot from it. And good luck to everyone applying. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathia and Arwan, for such an amazing session. We had so many questions left unanswered, so they will be answered in following sessions either today or tomorrow. Now we'll be taking a 15-minute break, so be back at 11:15. from the break. Next, we have a panel discussion about pre-college pathways. So it is going to be moderated by Ryan with our speakers Ga Yuan, Yen Ching, and Kai Loon. Enjoy!
All right, everyone. Welcome to the Styles of Application panel, where we'll be providing key insights into the various pathways that high school students can take after high school if they want to study in the US. Today, we are joined by 3 amazing speakers, and now we will be providing an introduction to our panel today. Everyone, please give a round of applause to welcome our speakers today. So yeah, we'll start with introductions. Gayan, would you like to go first?
Hello, my name's Gayo, and I'm an incoming freshman at Yale University. I'm planning to major in physics.
Hello. Yeah. Hi everyone. So my name is Yan Chen, and I am a incoming sophomore at University of Michigan Ann Arbor. So my major is computer engineering, and I recently just completed my Taylor's ADP program.
Hello, hi guys. My name is Kai, and I am a junior right now at Columbia University. I am doing computer science with a financial economics concentration.
And yeah, hi, my name is Ryan. I'm an incoming freshman at Wesleyan, and I'm the moderator for today's panel. So without further ado, let's begin. Gayuan, could you start us off by telling us a bit about the A-levels and IB program? What can students expect from these 2 programs?
Yeah, for sure. So I think the first thing to keep in mind when picking a program is definitely breadth versus depth. Like what I mean by this is, you know, A-levels, usually we take like 3 to 4 subjects, 5 if you're overly ambitious, but it's not common. And for IB, you usually take like 6 subjects. The most common package is 3 HL and 3 SL, or 4 HL and 2 SL if you're overly ambitious as well. So I think for IB, because you can take 6 subjects, and the subjects, it varies across like languages, math, humanities, science, arts, you get you can learn more things, and that's why I say it's more on breadth. So if you're interested in like a range of subjects and you don't really want to tunnel yourself into a specific field, IB is definitely, it's probably more suitable for you. And for A-level, I say depth because usually when you take 3 subjects or 4 subjects, it's usually tailored to the UK education system. So let's say, like for example, you want to do a STEM degree there, like engineering or math. The most common package would be to take further maths, physics, and the 4th subject would probably be chem, econs, or computer science. Like that's just the more common route people take.
Yes, and could you tell us about some common misconceptions that students often have about these 2 programs?
So I think when it comes to common misconceptions, like the first thing I hear a lot of the time is, do prestigious universities in the States prefer the IB program over the A-level program? Like, there's no right or wrong answer for this, but statistically, if you look at Malaysian statistics, like more A-level students on the 2-year program have been admitted into these universities. And why I emphasize on 2-year program, it's because when you have 2 years to study, you'll have more time to take on extracurriculars, and as well as keeping up your grades. And why I say like more A-level students usually apply or like get into these schools is because for IB, obviously you have like a lot of good students as well, but I tend to see like a lot of people, they either take a gap year or they choose not to apply to too many universities because of the workload, and you know, there are so many coursework deadlines and submission, it just gets super, super stressful. And that's why you see more A-level students opting to go to the States or like apply to these top universities. Yeah, and another thing is, another misconception would be, do American unis prefer breadth over depth? So like IB over A-levels. I'd say again, like there's no right or wrong answer. Like it's a gray area, but then statistically again, like I think the most important thing when it comes to this is to really show your passion through the subjects you take. Like for example, I'll use mine as an example. Like I want to do physics, so my A-levels, I took math, further maths, physics, and computer science. So it wouldn't really make sense for me to take like all humanities subjects for all 4 of my A levels. So as long as you take the subjects that you're truly passionate about and you show that through your application, like that's what matters the most.
And finally, what sort of student would you say is suitable for the A-level program or IB program?
Okay, like if you love coursework and you love like writing a lot of reports and essays, definitely the IB will give you a better opportunity for you to do that there. Because for A-level, it's mostly just exams and tests. Unless you take certain exam boards, like for me, I took computer science, I did have coursework, but that's like not the main focus of A-levels. So if you see yourself as someone who prefers like practical work or a more hands-on experience when learning, IB is definitely the way to go. But if you see yourself as a more studious student, you love studying and you love getting really in-depth into the subject that you're passionate about, A-levels definitely the way to go.
Yep, thank you, Kairen, for that introduction into the A-level and IB program. Now we'll move on to our next speaker, Yen Cheng, who will be introducing the ADP/ADTP program. So Yen Cheng, could you tell us a bit about this program and what can students expect from this program?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so ADP or ADP stands for American Degree Transfer Program, or you could take out the transfer word. So it is actually a college or university program, depending on how you want to take it. So there's actually 2 ways to take this particular program. So the first one is you take it as a college route. So if you take this as a college route, you'll be completing ADP within a year. So you'll be completing less than 1 year. So it's around 30 credits. So after you complete ADP, you'll be applying to university as a freshman instead of applying as a transfer. So the second route that you can take is you apply as a transfer. So that meaning that you have to complete ADP, which is around 1 to 2 years, which is 30 to 60 credits. And in that way, you will be doing your ADP as a university route, meaning that you'll be completing, it will be substitute as your university degree. So in that way, you can apply to US universities as a transfer student. So two are different applications. So that is the 2 routes that you can expect. In regards to the program structure, it is actually roughly the same as a typical university program structure. You can actually even expect it to be somewhat similar to US universities program structure with, like 2 long semesters and then 1 short semester, and then you have to take around 4 to 5 subjects in a long semester and 2 to 3 for short semester. And yeah, so it's roughly the same as a university degree. And also in regards to the grading part, it is actually quite different in respect to A levels, because the grading of ADP courses are usually in coursework based. So you only like spending only 30% of your grades are like in the finals, and then the 70% of your grades are actually from your courseworks, your quizzes, your tests, those kind of things. And yeah, so those are the rough program structure of this particular program. And yeah, so it's basically just a replica of US universities, and the subjects that you'll be studying is also basically the subjects of US universities, such as like Calculus 1, Calculus 2, Physics 1. These are all the courses that you'll be taking in your freshman of any American unis out there also. So yeah, I would say that is the rough idea of ADDP.
All right, thank you. And what are some benefits of taking the ADP/ADTP compared to other programs such as A-levels or IB?
All right, so there's actually, you can split it into 2 ways into C. So the first one, which is in the college route, if you're taking ADP as a college route, so I would say your application would be similar as an A-level student. So what would be the benefits, I would say, is you would have a shorter duration, because if you're doing ADP as a college route, you're just spending 1 year in ADP and then and then applying as a freshman to US university. So it is, in respect to A-levels, it's shorter in a sense. And another thing is you'll be able to immerse into US education more easily, because you'll be studying, because like ADP program is actually a replica of like US universities, which gives you the opportunity to immerse yourself into the US education system before you actually go to US. And also you get the opportunity to try out a few of the first year courses first before you actually enroll in US universities, such as Calculus 1, Calculus 2, those kind of courses. You actually get to try it first before you actually go to US universities. In respect to transfer student, what I would say the benefits are would definitely be cost effective, because you only need to pay tuition fee 2 years here and 2 years in the United States. So your tuition fee is essentially cut down into half if you are not getting any scholarship. So you'll be cutting your tuition fees into half and getting the same degree. So it's much cost effective, and it's also a fast track to your educational journey, because if you do ADP as a university and then transfer to American universities, you will essentially be skipping the college part. You essentially don't need to do college, and you'll be faster than your peers in a sense. So it's basically a fast track to your educational journey. And yeah, another thing is also the opportunity to give you to stack up your resumes to get good grades. So if you don't have really good high school results and you want a second opportunity to show that you can get good results, ADP is also very suitable, in which you can spend 2 more years to get good grades and then to stack up your resumes, get co-curriculums, internships to really make your application stronger so that you can get more chances to get into prestigious universities. So I would say that is the benefit of getting in as a transfer.
All right, and what sort of student would you say is suitable for this program?
All right, so actually ADP is suitable for a lot of type of students, but I would say ADP is actually quite suitable for anyone who is more core curriculum based, or people who enjoy sports, enjoy different kinds of activities other than academics. So I would say ADP is quite suitable for you. Another thing is also students who are likes coursework based instead of one final exam, because like A-levels is like exam based, but ADP is more coursework based. So if you are a student who enjoys this kind of grading style, ADP would definitely be something that's suitable for you. Another one which is for transfer students, which is if money is a concern for you, if you are concerned about getting paying 4 years of tuition fee in the US, ADP can certainly be one of the great choice for you as well. And yeah, another thing which is also that I would like to also tell, if there's any high school students out there, so if you don't have really amazing high school results and you don't think these high school results can land you into prestigious universities, ADP is actually a second chance for you to get good grades and get a second chance for you to get into good universities, because your high school results wouldn't matter too much if you're applying as a transfer. So I would say that is also a second opportunity for you. So if you're looking at this kind of second opportunity, it is definitely suitable for you to enroll in ADP.
All right, thank you, Yan Cheng. And now we'll move on to our last speaker, Kai, who will be introducing the community college, otherwise known as the CC pathway.
Yeah.
So Kai, could you start us off by telling us a bit about this pathway?
Yeah, whatever Yanqing said just now, just imagine that, and then you're doing it in US instead. So it's the same thing. So what I've noticed was that community college in the recent year hasn't been that popular among Malaysians, simply because it's relatively more expensive as compared to ADTP. And why would you want to spend more money in the US, right? But I would say it comes down to the context of the situation. So community college is great for those who really wants the greatest chance to be admitted into UC, right? Because all of these community college have a lot of programs, academic programs, that it's specifically tailored for students that want to transfer to UC schools. Like, for example, where I came from, I study in Santa Monica College in West Los Angeles. There's a scholars program, there's a UCLA Transfer Alliance programs where you're essentially given 2 chances, right? You apply, for example, you apply as a financial economics major, and then you might want to apply as a film major, and that's from a different school, because one's from the School of Film and Studies, and one's from the College of Letters and Science. So you're given 2 holistic opportunity for the admission officer to take a look at your application. I have friends who are admitted. He failed to be admitted as an econ major, but he got admitted as a geology major. And as soon as he transferred into UCLA, he swapped it out. He swapped to economics. So it all comes down to how you do it. But like what Yanjin said just now, yes. So as an international student, you have to take a minimum of 12 credits per semester to maintain the visa status. And that's 12 to 16, depending on how you want to pace it out. And that is for fall and spring semester. That's how I call it the long semester. And summer and winter are optional semester. But if you are dead set at transferring out of community college in 1.5 years to 2 years, you want to max it out, right? So you're taking for average of 15 credits in the fall and spring semester, and you're taking 4 to 8, depending if you can take it. Because I was in, there was one point I was taking physics and English classes. There was like 8 hours per day, Monday to Thursday. It's quite insane. And yeah, so 8 plus 8, 16, 16 plus 30, that's 46, yes. 46, and then, you know, depends on how you want to pace it out, you are able to transfer into UC by the fall semester, because the fall semester is where you start preparing for your UC application. As for its benefits, I would say it's fast track, but here's the thing, right? You're an SPM student, and you gonna enroll into community college right away. Most of the time, I would not recommend SPM students to take this route because there is an absence of maturity and self-discipline. Because American university, especially community college, it's really a system where it depends on how much you give in. If you really be able to plan it as efficiently as possible, you know, then you can get out of it quickly. But it also comes down to your major and the university of your choosing, right? For example, USC, they are allowed transfer of, after you complete 30 credits, but UC, they only allow you to transfer after 60 credits, and that's after your major prep is done. So that's the thing.
All right, and lastly, what sort of student would you say is suitable for the CC route?
I would strongly only advise those who are single-minded focused and self-disciplined, and if you really want to immerse into the US culture, for example, I've taken a class in Introduction to Jazz, and there was one of the assignments where I have to go to a jazz club down at Hermosa Beach, and eventually there was the exact same club, the Lighthouse, where La La Land was filmed. So I really enjoyed the experience. You know, I really like it. So I think if you're that type of student that values this type of experience, right, that is like that you think you're gonna treasure it forever in your life, that you think your children might appreciate it, then I'll highly advise you to consider this route.
All right, thank you. And now that we have a general overview of all the programs that we're covering today, could you guys share some personal takes and insights into your respective programs? Were there any challenges you faced, and how did you overcome them? Can we start with you?
Okay, so I'll give my hot take from an A-level perspective because I did the A-levels. So I think number one thing that you guys should really keep in mind is to always stay on top of your work, like since day one, because it piles up very quickly. And the thing with A-levels is like, at least in my school, we had exams almost every week. And because I took 4 A-level subjects, my teachers thought it was wise to put like 1 subject per week in a month. So it was every week for me, 1 exam every week. And the thing is, because your exam scores matter, like the little class test, it all contributes to your transcript that they will send to these like American unis. So do not slack off. Just study a bit every day. You know, consistency is key. And yeah, so like the reports are very, very important. You cannot afford to slip up. And yeah, basically, and also if you take A-level subjects with coursework, keep in mind that you'll also get really busy, especially during UniApps season. Like this would probably be November to December of your second year of A-levels. Like that's when, you know, you have to learn how to manage your time and balance between extracurriculars, the never-ending class tests, even like school exams and mocks, writing your essays, filling up the Common App. Like all of this will take a lot of time. So, plan out your time, make a schedule, do whatever you think works best for you. But make sure that you, every day when you go back, like do a bit of work. Yeah, procrastination is not the key here. Yeah.
All right, and now on to Yencheng.
All right, okay, so again, since ADP has two routes, if you are talking about the first route, like doing ADP as a college route, then I would say that you can basically follow everything that Gayans has mentioned, because it's basically the similar as A levels, because you're playing the same game as A levels. But if you are doing ADP as a UniC route and you are going in as a transfer applicant, I would say you are playing a completely different game as compared to freshman applicants. It's a completely different game, okay? So a few advice that I probably can give to maybe there are ADP students out there. So some advice that you can take note of if you want to maximize your chances of getting into good universities. So the first thing is really just to focus on your ADP results. Like I said, if you are going in as a transfer applicant, they would most likely just focus on your transfer results. They don't really take much look into your high school results, so don't be disappointed if you get bad high school results, because ADP result is what matters. So try to get as much A and A plus as possible, and that's the important part. And the second important point about being in ADP is to choose the right subjects, and this is a very common mistake made by a lot of ADP students out there. So the first thing that you really need to do is to go through your dream university's website. All of these websites have listed down all the prerequisites that you need to transfer to that particular university. And you need to make sure that you know all these prerequisites and write it down so that you can make sure that you complete during or before your application period. So this is very, very important. So in one of my case, one of my friends in the same batch who got 4.0 in his GPA, and then he applied to a lot of universities and got rejected by a lot of them that I believe he should have got into. And although it doesn't really tell the reason why exactly he got rejected, but I believe one of the reasons that he got rejected is because he didn't complete one of the prerequisites. And it was actually quite dumb too. It was General Chemistry 1, and he is a CS major. So you can see it's quite irrelevant, but the universities actually look at this and give him a disadvantage because he didn't complete General Chemistry 1. So this is something that you need to know. So different majors have different things, so you need to make sure that for your major, you have all the prerequisites listed down in your own notebook, and then complete it during your ADP program. Make sure to complete it at least during the application period, so to put you at an advantage, so that you don't be thrown out your application. So I believe this is one of the things that could really put your application at a serious disadvantage. So choose the right subject. And the third one was really just to acquire a harder schedule. So another thing that actually admissions officers look at transfer applicants is how hard your schedule is. If you actually go out of yourself and take some hard courses, like 200 level, 300 level courses, it would actually increase your chances. And if you have a more vigorous schedule, they would actually take a look into that and see that you are a competent student that is able to handle the American courses. So that is also something that I would advise ADP students to do. And last but not least, which is I believe is very important because you are a transfer student, because you have already completed university in 2 years, put extra effort into co-curriculum. And since you are already at a university level, try to cater more towards the field-related co-curriculums. So, for example, you can join field-related clubs. So, for me, I'm a computer engineering student. I joined a tech club in my universities, and then also have some own self-made projects. As a computer engineering student, before this, I actually did some Arduino and Raspberry Pi projects. So, although those projects are not world-changing or anything, but if you put it into application, the admissions officer would think that you're someone who is passionate in your major. And this is very important. Passion in your particular major as a transfer applicant is a really important sign for the admissions officers. And last but not least, internships. Since you are already in the university level, it is actually very recommendable that you go and find an internship, although it's in a small company or anything, try to get an internship in your related field. That could really show the admissions officers that you are a career-minded person. So yeah, so those are the advice that I could give to like ADP students. To summarize it all is just what you need to show the admissions officers is that you are a career-minded person, is that you are passionate towards your major. And at the same time, you participate in activities that show your passion towards the major. You can also maintain a good results throughout your ADP. And those are what usually impresses, make yourself impressive. And admissions officers would be more likely to accept this kind of transfer students. Again, transfer students have a different game as compared to freshman applicants, so you need to find what your value is. Yep.
All right, and on to Kai.
What I said just now, so community college students, you have to be single-minded and focused, right? And so first of all, if you really have decided which you want to take the community college route, like what is it going to be, which community college you're going to enroll in. Well, here's the thing, right? In my mind, there's a few colleges in my mind, like Foothill, Dianza, and SMC. Those were popular in California, but I'm not sure. I'm pretty certain that there are a few more outside of California. But I'll suggest you to have your focus at California, because that's where most of the UC and most of the events and most of the transfer, all of these programs and all of these like events happen. So that's first thing. And second thing is that, when is it going to be, right? Because if you're going to go Dianza, then that's like Bay Area. If you're going to go SMC, that's SoCal. And neither of them is relatively unsafe sometimes, And I'll say, in my personal experience, SMC, because if you were to stay in SMC, that's Santa Monica, right? It's relatively expensive as well. You have to consider that. And also, if you're in California, you're going to need a vehicle. That's one thing. And after that, that's just life difficulty, right? And then you have your academic difficulty. You have your academic challenges. Like, which uni you want to go? You want to go USC? Like, does it have your major? You have to do this. There's just so many options, but there's so little time. You have to do your research, right? Like, are your classes, is it going to transfer to the uni that you wanted? Because if not, you just wasted your money by taking those classes. And it doesn't make sense. And that's one thing. And second thing is that you want to make sure that you transfer out on time. Because that's about it, right? You want to be as time efficient as possible. That's one thing. And the second thing is that is your uni that you wanted to transfer friendly, right? Because not all uni have a higher transfer acceptance rate as compared to UC. UC is very transfer acceptance friendly, but if you're talking about Princeton, if you're talking about most of the Ivies, they're not that transfer acceptance friendly, other than Cornell. And like what Yanqing has said just now, I personally, I've attempted to apply to Cornell, but they wanted me to take organic chemistry, so I was like, it's okay, I'll bounce then. So that's one thing. And also second thing is that, I think community college is fantastic because you get to enjoy West Coast culture, and if you want to move to somewhere else, and that's great because I'm studying in East Coast right now, and I get to see the best of both. I like the West Coast weather, but I dislike the idea of owning a vehicle, and I dislike East Coast weather. So yeah, that's the thing for me. But most importantly, if you're taking the community college route, there's no looking back. You gotta make it out. That's all you have. You gotta do your research. As soon as you have decided that, you have to do your research. Like, I can't stress this enough. That 2 years is gonna gone by so quick, right? That you have to prep your essay. It's good that if you can prep 2 years ahead. If not, then 1 year. If not, then 6 months. If not, then 3 months. If not, then 12 hours, right? Then just don't beat me. Then that's how I say. Yeah.
And all right, and now I would just like to take some time to mention that if you're planning to apply to the US, the application is holistic, meaning that we shouldn't just be considering the academic side of things. And with this in mind, I would like to ask Gai Yuan, how should students build their applications in a way that maximizes their chances for admission?
Okay, so I don't know if everyone has heard of this term called like a spike. People tell you, oh, you need a spike in your application. Like how I mostly see it as, like, you need a strong theme in your application. Like, you could have extracurriculars which, like, vary across different fields, right? But you need to show the admissions officers a reason why you're doing these activities. Like, you need a reason, and you need to build a theme. You want to show like the best side of you and present it as like a case to these admission officers. So like I'll use mine as an example. So my theme, like a theme I wanted to get across, was community service in terms of accessible education, as well as my passion for physics. And I conveyed this theme through my ECAs, my A-level subjects, as well as my essays, which include the Common App essay and the supplementary essays. So there is also a thing where people tell you, don't repeat, don't talk about the same thing twice in like 2 essays to the same school. Like, you wouldn't want to mention the same thing, because these essays are a chance for you to showcase as many qualities of yourself as possible. But that doesn't mean that you cannot tie in that theme that you're trying to show to these admission officers. That doesn't mean that you cannot bring in this theme again throughout your essays. Like, I feel like it's very good to have like a I call it like make your application circular, basically. You want the admission officers to look at your file, and the biggest takeaway they get from their file be like, oh, this applicant's like, they really like, they really promote accessible education, or they really like physics. Like, you want them to have that strong image of you in your mind. So I'd say, try to bring in your theme and really like get back to the point. Think of it as a way to like remind the admissions officers, like, this is who you are, and this is what you want them to remember you as when they present your file to like the higher committee.
All right, thank you for that. And I think this is really important, especially in our later panels, which will be going into providing more detail on how to build your application. So now I would like to open the panel to the audience for a Q&A session. You can scan this link and ask any questions that you may have for our speakers.
I just want to ask from the 4 of you guys, because currently I'm taking ADP. I'm in my 3rd semester, suffering in short semester. Next week is my finals. Yay. Okay, so I'll be starting my application mid-November because my SATs will be in October. So in a range of 1 to 10, how much would you recommend people to take SAT and prioritize their SATs? Because I know like some students, they would score their SATs better and don't give a toot for their transfer credits. Yeah. So
I'll pass this question to Yancheng.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Just to clarify, are you from transfer student, right? Are you planning to transfer, right? Yeah. I would say SATs is not really important. A lot of universities actually ignore looking at SATs. I didn't take SATs. And I applied for all the universities and yeah, still got in. So I wouldn't say SATs is really important, but yeah, certainly you can take it and it's just additional things to show in your application lah. But I wouldn't say put too much things on it. I mean, SAT is quite easy also, so yeah, just do your best on it.
Hi, this is a question for Gai Yuan. Did you do any EPQ alongside your A-levels?
Okay, yeah. The thing about EPQ is that I think not all A-level schools offer it. Like, I know, I came skills, but like the time you put into the EPQ, I think you'd be better off doing like an extracurricular which you are really, really passionate about. And also, like, even when you're applying to like top unis in the UK as well, the EPQ, it just helps like lower the grade requirements by a little bit, but that's not for all universities. So just personal take, I wouldn't recommend it. But if you want to take it as your 5th A level, go ahead.
All right, and going on to Slido, there's a question. ADP doesn't guarantee a transfer, right? What happens if you don't get any offers at all, and what are your options then?
All right, yes. ADP doesn't guarantee you any transfer. So you might not get any transfer. Just like A-level students, you are actually just applying, just like going on net and see which fish do you catch. And so if you don't get if you don't get any offer, what can you do? Either you can take a gap year, try to do something that's interesting, try to do some internships, try to polish up your resume so that you have a stronger application in the upcoming year so that you can apply and then see if you get in again. So that is one thing that you can do. Just take a gap year. You don't have to worry too much of it. Taking a gap year is perfectly fine. Or if you think that you don't want to take a gap year, then you can still go back to study in Malaysia. You can still apply to all Malaysia because after you finish ADP program, it is actually transferable to a lot of Malaysia private universities as well, like Monash, Taylor's, those kind of things. So at the end of the day, if you don't wish to take a gap year, that is also a possible way for you to do. But I would actually suggest if you really like to go to America, just take a gap year. It's perfectly fine and you can use that time to pull yourself down, do some interesting things, get some internships, conduct a project of your own, and eventually universities will accept you.
All right, and here's a question on community college. In terms of cost, is community college cheaper than university? I'm assuming all 4 years.
Yeah. You're paying $300 per credit as SMC, right? And I pay 68K in Colombia. Like that's without financial aid. Like I think the math checks out. You know, like if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure the math checks out. And plus, New York rent is like expensive. But in general, you're basically front loading that 2 years. Right? But that's if you manage to transfer 60 credits like all the way, right? But if you fail to transfer most of your credits, it'll be wasted. So, but the final answer is yes.
ADP student here. Oh, okay. I heard that community colleges not only provide transfer programs, but also a 2 years pre-U program. Which one has a better chance to get into good colleges?
I would say, objectively speaking, community college, because most of college, right, already have like a transfer alliance with, for example, UCLA and UC Berkeley. Like, if you were to take that classes, you are most certainly, the admission officer most certainly know at what level you stand and the content of the classes. For example, I think in the case of ADDP, you have to send your syllabus to the admission officer, right? And then they will evaluate if your classes are actually adequate or sufficient to transfer into the uni. And even that, they have you know Malaysia is such a small place. The admission office have this big picture of basically the way we conduct ADTV classes here. So and say community college have a slight advantage.
Okay, maybe I can add on, but yeah, definitely community college has much more advantage than ADBE because community college is in US and a lot of the community colleges are already recognized by those particular universities as compared to ADP. Not all universities in the US has already recognized ADP. So in the sense of credibility there will be a big concern for those admissions officers already. So I would definitely say community college is definitely given you a better advantage.
All right. I studied well, but I've made tons of mistakes during the exam and my grades had a downfall. How can I show to the admissions officer that I'm still capable? Byron, would you like to?
Okay. When it comes to things like this, right? Like, you know, sometimes we go through a rough patch in life and things do not go according to plan. You can elaborate on this in your common app. There's like this section. It's called the additional information section. So you can explain your circumstances, but I think okay, take that as like a plan B or like a plan C thing. Don't use that as your main approach. But I think, you still have time now. You still have time to like pick up on your grades. As long as there's like a consistent effort and, you show your resilience and persistence when it comes to this, like keep working hard, don't give up. Remember your goal, remember your dream, and just keep working. There'll definitely be like an improvement in your transcript, and the admissions officers will really appreciate that. So yeah.
How can we check which course should we take for credit transfer?
Okay, so every universities have particular website for transfer students. You just look for their website and check what are the prerequisite courses for the major that you're planning to take. And in terms of credit equivalency, a lot of them also have a separate website for credit equivalency. But if you are worrying about credit, you don't have to worry about credit equivalency after you before you get into that universities, because the first thing that you have to worry is to get into that universities first, and just make sure that you complete all the particular majors that you have already that was listed in the website, and you'll be fine. And just to also add on the previous questions, in a sense of like some other universities like University of Michigan, for example, has a lot of students from ADP has actually went to University of Michigan. So in a sense, the University of Michigan has sort of like recognized Taylor's ADP, in which so that Taylor students can get into University of Michigan much more easily. So you also have to take a look into that particular ADP program. Has many students went to that particular university? And if it is that case, and you also wish to go into that university, then it's also a suitable choice for you to choose. So for example, if you wish to get into University of Michigan, Taylor's ADP is actually a good choice for you, because there's quite a lot of students from Taylor's ADP who actually went to University of Michigan. So they quite actually recognize Taylor's ADP program. So those are the things that you also can look to when evaluating whether to get into ADP or whether to get into CC. Do you have anything there?
Hello. Yeah. For community college, there's a website called www.assist.org.com, and that website, it's update every single year that's specifically tailored to the community college in California. So if you were to type in that website, right, and then you select your community college and you select the UC that you want to transfer to, and you select your major, and they will show you the exact major requirements that you're required to complete before transferring into UC. So yeah. If not, then you can just email the department. So.
All right, and for our last question, did you start your extracurriculars / programs while you were doing your 2-year program, or did you start even before that during SPM or IGCSE?
Okay, so for this question, right, like personally, a few of my extracurriculars, I like sports especially. I did swimming, so that I think I started in like secondary school, like when I was 12. But certain like projects, it began as like a joke, so I did that in like secondary school. But I also picked up volleyball in my second year of A-level. It was very impulsive. But so like there's no like right or wrong answer for this. Just make sure you do something that you're really passionate about. Show your commitment to it. Don't like take up one activity and drop it the next semester. Yeah, I think that's the most important. It's not like when you started. Yeah.
All right, and with that, that will be the end of our panel for today. If anyone has any other questions that weren't answered during this session, you are more than welcome to approach any of our speakers after this session who will be very happy to help you and assist you with whatever you need. So yeah, thank you everyone. And yeah, enjoy the rest of today.
Thank you, Ryan, Gayuan, Yenching, and Kailun for such an insightful session. I'm curious to know how many of you are in pre-university right now? And how many of you are still doing SPM or IGCSE? Ooh, okay, so we got a mix of them, huh? Well, next up, we have Money Matters, all about financial aid. This will be presented by Basir and Amira from Education USA. They are our main sponsors and will be talking to you all about things you need to know about financial aid in the US. So give them a warm welcome.
Thank you for the introduction. Are we standing or sitting?
We can share because we can share. Thank you. We can also keep it. You want to start first? Can I put my stuff on this chair? Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Bashir. From Education USA. So how's everyone doing? Good? Medium? Down? Thank you so much for spending your Saturday and the weekend with USAPP. I was a part of the USAPP in 2016 before I fly to the States, so it has been a really helpful experience, and I'm glad to be part of it again after I graduate. So, again, my name is Bashir. I'm from Education USA, and with me today is my colleague Amira from US Embassy as the US Higher Education Coordinator. So, how do I control the slides? So, this thing, okay. Cool, so what we're going to cover for today is money matters. I think this topic is especially the parents usually interested in talking about money because they are eventually the one going to, fund the students' tuition fees and living costs when they fly to the States, and also help the students to find for scholarship. So the things that we're going to cover for today is I'm going to briefly talk about what is Education USA. How many of you have heard about Education USA? Okay, how many of you have not heard of Education USA? Okay, the majority. Okay, that's good. So we have new friends that we can, work with. And then we talk about the cost of studying in the US and about fee waivers and funding options. Cool. So what is Education USA? So Education USA is a US Department of State program. So that means we work under US government. We have a network of international student advising centers all around the world. So not just in Malaysia, we have like in Indonesia, Africa, Korea, Japan. So we are like a global network. So we are basically here to give you official information to students and parents how they can further study in the US. So we provide accurate, comprehensive, and current information about the opportunities to go to the US. So we have in Malaysia, we have 2 advisor centers, one in Kuala Lumpur in Publica. So that's where I is at. And then we also have one in Penang in Georgetown. So if you know anyone that interested to go to the US, but they are in the north part of Malaysia, feel free to ask them to visit our center in Penang. So Education USA, we work with students revolving around these 5 steps to US study. So the first, 2 steps are basically the initial part of their college search process. So research their options and also finance their studies. So the third step is complete your application, when to submit your application, what are the requirements and components. The fourth one is basically apply for your visa. We give visa info session to students who already get admission. And then 5 is prepare for your departure. So we host pre-departure orientation every year to the students that are flying to the US. So last May for students who are flying this fall. All right, so let's go into like what we're here for today, which is about the cost of studying in the US. So these are the myths that we typically get from students when talking initially about, oh, do you want to study in the US? They'll say, oh, the US universities are too expensive. Like, I don't even want to consider it. I rather like study local or somewhere cheaper. Okay, and then the second one is like, oh, it's impossible to find anything that I'm eligible. There are not really information out there. So that's when we introduce ourselves as Education USA to support in their education journey to study in the US. Or the third one is too I mean, there might be financial aid, but it's too competitive. I'm just like a normal student. I don't really have high grades to apply. So that's not really true. Those are myths, because the truth is millions of dollars go to every year because people don't really seek out and apply for those scholarships. So there are, I think, 42 million of scholarship. There must be something for you out there, So it's just like you need to find the right timing, the right place and opportunity to apply. So if students work hard and know where to look, they can, find something for themselves. So the real issue is it takes time and work. You need to research where to look for scholarship. And then, knowing about scholarship is not enough. You need to be the right timing. You need to apply early. If you apply at the end of application season, like those scholarship has been contribute to other people already, so you don't have those funds. All right, so the worst case scenario is you just like do nothing until the very last minute. And then when you want to apply, they already say like, oh, it's already closed. Okay. So the initial steps for you to do is basically you need to calculate the real cost of the education and the actual contribution that your family can make. I will explain a little bit more in the next slide how to calculate this. And then you need to search for colleges with financial factors included. So when you are, applying to maybe 8 universities, right? Don't apply to all the, higher target reach that you want to go, but you don't really think about if they have financial aid or not. Like make financial factors a part of the, factors in you choosing that school. So consider, high quality. Make sure the school is like a legit school, but they, it's not expensive, but they also have financial aid. So those what we call like a good value school for you to apply. So these are like how you can calculate, your rough estimation for demonstrated need. So first, you can calculate the realistic cost of your education. This includes tuition fees, your living costs, the flights to go there, without financial or without any financial aid or financial contribution considered yet. So these are the costs of attendance, what we call like COA. And then B is calculate the actual contribution that your family can afford. So, these are called expected family contribution, or EFC. So how you calculate is you just minus those two. So you will get the amount of your, you need to find fundings through other source like scholarship. Okay, so those are called demonstrated need. All right. So I'm gonna pass to my colleague Amira to continue the next part of presentation.
Hello. Okay, thank you, Bashir. Hi, thank you everyone for coming today. It's an honor to talk at USAPPS. I was a big fan. I was a facilitator. I also studied in the US, so now just representing Education USA is very fun for me personally. And before we begin, let me just reintroduce myself. My name is Amira. I am the Higher Education Coordinator at the US Embassy, which always leads to the question, does the embassy offer any financial aid or scholarship? Unfortunately, not yet. Don't know if they ever will, but I will keep you guys updated if they eventually do. Continuing from where Bashir left us off, this is how you can calculate like your estimated cost of attendance for US universities. So we do know that US universities are expensive, but how expensive is also the right question to ask. So you have to know that there's like the one-off cost and also the recurring cost. So one-off costs are your standardized tests when you're applying for the university. Good thing to note that 85% of US universities now do not require you to submit SATs or ACTs or any like those kind of standardized tests. They might still need you to submit TOEFL and English tests, unfortunately, but you can already cut costs there by looking at universities who don't require those standardized tests. And then your application fees, applying through schools, so different schools have different application fees. I would say the range is between $60 to $90 per school, so make sure you check how much it adds up, because as much as you want to apply to like 5-10 schools, you must know like how much would it cost individually as well. Sending your scores to the school, you typically would get like some free slots for you to send for free, but if you send for over like 3-4 schools, you might have to pay extra, so that is another cost. Medical fees for your immunizations, for your medical checkup, pre-departure as well. And US visa and passport. So visa fee, which has been increased this year, it used to be $160, now it's $185. We have the service fee as well, the $200 if I'm not mistaken. And then your passport renewal fee, which is 200 ringgit, or actually 100 ringgit for students if I'm not mistaken. And then your flight tickets, and you might want to consider the flight tickets if you're considering to come back during the summer, and how many times are you coming back throughout the entire 4 years. And these are the recurring costs. So the recurring costs are your tuition fees, also depend on like which school you're going to, which programs, are you doing a double major, are you taking like specifically more technical classes that require you to pay for more lab fees and things like that. Rental, accommodation fees. So rental is one thing, but also there are other extra charges that might come with your accommodation. So maybe maintenance, maybe extra deposit when you first sign your lease. So those have to be considered as well. Food or dining plans, so do you want to cook? Are you staying in dorms? Which one would be more cost efficient? So dining plans are typically a bit expensive compared to buying groceries, but you do have to, like what I tell parents are, you do want to consider convenience as well. Like if you were to save your money on food, but then you will spend more time to cook and prepare food, maybe it's worth it to subscribe to a dining plan. Transportation, of course, typically buses are free, but if you want to rent a car to get groceries outside, so you do have to factor that in your like daily, monthly budget. Books and study supplies. So for books and studies, there are a lot of ways to go around it. You can always rent your books, you can borrow from your library or your seniors, or there are a lot of like Facebook groups where you can exchange books and people would give away books that they haven't used. But there are some classes which require you to get new books with, especially the books that require you to get like specific code so that you can do your coursework online. So do keep that in mind as well. Sometimes it could be a lot, the books expenditure. And finally, your health insurance. For international students, you are obligated to get health insurance, but typically they also include this in your tuition fees. And this is the annual cost estimation. Actually, this was constructed by a student who presented on the same topic last year. So I would say like this is a good estimate, but also take it with a grain of salt because different schools would come with a different estimate, and also it depends on where you are in the US. I was in Michigan, in Ann Arbor. It's slightly expensive, but not as expensive as California, New York, Boston. But definitely much more expensive compared to even Lansing. Like I talked to my friends in Lansing, so we were both in Michigan, but even between towns, the living costs could differ by a lot. So there's also this thing called need blind versus need aware admission that university factor in. So a need blind institution would not consider your financial needs when considering your application, while need aware might consider. So why is it important to kind of know about this thing while you're doing your research? Is because it would kind of it would be tied to the financial aspect, because some institution would offer you scholarship or financial aid that is need-based, while some would offer merit-based scholarship and sponsorship. But before I elaborate more on financial aid, it's also worth thinking about how in the US, the scholarship system is not similar to Malaysia, where you can only take one scholarship and kind of like commit yourself to that scholarship. In the US, financial aids are stackable. So one of our advisees in Education USA this year actually got a 50% need-based scholarship and then another 50 merit-based. So technically a full scholarship, but like it was a combination of two different financial aids. So you did like two different applications to cover the whole amount. So that is definitely possible. Fee waivers is also a thing that we should know about. So fee waivers is something that you can apply through Common App, and it is for you to send your application for free to certain schools. So you do have this section in Common App that you can explore, and you can talk to your school counselor to vouch for you that, oh, this fee waiver would help you a lot as a candidate. Because I think over the years, this was not a thing when a few years back. It's a new thing. I think over the years, US universities are more aware of how many students they are sidelined just due to financial differences. And you know how people are saying like universities in the US are very elitist, very expensive. So they are trying to make it more inclusive. Okay, and then funding options. So these are the sources of funding that you can consider. So your family funds, college and university, which means that you can apply to the college directly. And a lot of nations don't know about this because when you talk about funds, you would think about like scholarships in the country. And here we do have scholarships in the university, but they are also not as popular as, you know, JPA, MARA, Yayasan Khazanah, and all that. Corporate and institutional sponsors are more popular here compared to universities, foundations and international organizations, and also lastly, government scholarships. So these are the type of funding options that you have as an international student. So you are not, like international students are not eligible for the federal support, like federally supported loans like your FAFSA and things like that. So those apply for local American students, but international students can apply for private lenders, but you will require to have a co-signer who live in the US or like who earn in the US. But we would recommend this, although this could kind of help cover for your tuition fees because every loan would come with their own set of interests and a set of like red tapes that you have to adhere to, so it would make things more complicated, I would say, for parents as well. There are government local scholarships. As we know, JPA gives scholarships every year, but it also depends on their priority of the year. There was a year where JPA would sponsor a lot of students to the US, so we did get to send more. But it's worth like taking notes of like what are their priorities each year just to keep track of whether you are eligible or you are able to apply to their scholarships. And then there's US universities, college scholarships, and also grants. So under the US universities, they have multiple types of financial aids available to you. It's worth also knowing first if it's merit-based or need-based. So merit-based is more on do you have enough credentials or do you have enough, I would say, academic excellence for you to get it. They give it to excellent students regardless of, depending on which type. Sometimes it's like a sport scholarship. So if you were an athlete representing your school or whatnot, you are more eligible than most. But then apart from that, there's also the need-based scholarship where they look at how much your family make in a year. And if you're like under a certain threshold, you are eligible to apply. And they'll consider like currency and whatnot. So I would say Malaysians do have a higher chance of securing that just by currency alone. And then typically they're partial scholarship, like I mentioned, but also, like I mentioned earlier, it is stackable. You can get 2-3 scholarships and cover much more compared to getting one scholarship to cover all. Understand the requirement, understand the application processes as well. And the thing about financial aids under universities, they're typically very, I would say they're not centralized, which means that you don't get to go to one center and check out all the scholarships. Sebab they might come from alumni, they might come from your like School of Literature, School of Science, engineering school. So they might come from your major, they might come from your program, your alumni, or even like your international center. So it's while you're even doing your research, right, like Bashir mentioned just now, we have a 5 steps to US study thing. So while you're researching your options on your first step, do note that which universities make their financial aid programs like more known. And you can check like current student stories. Like today at USAPPS, you talk to so many students who are currently studying in US universities. Just talk to them about it. Like, do you know anything that I can apply for from your school? I'm not sure if they will have this thing where you have booths set up to promote your universities this year, but if they do, then you can talk to more students from more universities. And there's student employment. So for American citizens, they have this thing called work study, which means that when they work, a part of their salary would go towards their fees. Unfortunately, for international students, we don't have that on campus, but you can definitely work on campus for up to 20 hours per week during the academic season and up to 40 during breaks. And you can also work off campus. So this is something like very new. I think they introduced it this year. Due to like financial hardship, you can apply to work off campus as well. So for this, you will have to check with your international center. So more elaboration on local scholarships, just for your reference. So when to apply, typically local scholarships are offered after SPM. So these are the the scholarship where you don't have to think about anything after you get it. You get the scholarship, you can go choose an ADP program, or you get sent to do an ADP program, and then they sponsor you for the rest of the 4 years. But do note that even if you don't get this, because I would say this is very competitive because you're fighting with like everyone who took the SPM with you in the same batch, you can definitely still look for scholarship while doing your ADP or foundations or A-levels. So let's say you don't get any scholarships after SPM, but you want to proceed and go to Taylor's to do your ADP. And while you're doing your ADP, look for other scholarships that can fund you for the US as well. So, and it doesn't even have to be A-levels, ADP, or foundation. It could be a diploma. Like I have friends who go to matriculation, diploma, even STPM, if you do want to save costs. And STPM is a very underrated pathway of study after SPM because it's very cost efficient, but the certificate of SPM is as eligible as A-levels globally, so it's certified, they recognize it. So that is something to put into consideration. The thing about STPM is it's very, very unpopular because after SPM, you just want to leave school and not come back. So that is a thing where parents would have to convince their child. What do scholarships cover? So technically, whatever is on the screen, and also it depends on which scholarships. Some scholarships would even cover you for any training courses you want to join, any study abroad program, any additional upskilling program. So do be selective when it comes to scholarship, but do know that the more perks they offer, the more competitive it is to get them. I would say if you're like after SPM, just try to apply to as many as possible. How to apply also depends on scholarships, but mostly now things are online. Which scholarships? So these are the scholarship bodies that offer scholarships to the US as of now. Of course, like I mentioned, their priorities also differ year by year. So maybe one day Maybank would be like, we're going to stop sending to the US, we're sending to Australia next. So, and maybe next year, a company that have never sent students to the US would be sending students to the US for the first time as well. So I would say every year is like new priorities, maybe a change of board of directors. They just want to change their vision for their scholars. So it's worth checking every once in a while. So these are the pros and cons for local scholarships. I would say it keeps you, the pros are it covers most of your study and you are more likely to be guaranteed a job. But I would say bond is also a very tricky thing to talk about because a lot of students, once they're in the US, they would think about working afterwards. But if you are sponsored and you are bonded, you would have to come back and work for your company or your sponsor. So there is something to consider. As much as attractive as it sounds, you might want to think about the bond period or whether you do want to serve it after you graduate, or you would have to pay back also. So if you do want to like, I'll take the scholarship and then pay back the bond, then that is on you. It's just that something to consider before signing any offer or like choosing your scholarships. And also for scholarships, you might have like a restriction on which schools you want to apply to. They would say, oh, top 25 or top 50 or top 100, and that might restrict you a little bit because even at Education USA, we don't support rankings. We don't advocate for rankings because rankings are very subjective. And sometimes schools that are good on rankings don't necessarily serve you, like serve your goals of studying there. Sometimes not everyone like belongs in Harvard. Not everyone, Harvard is not a good fit for everyone, so it makes sense for you to not chase rankings. But if you are under a scholarship, typically you would have to apply based on whatever they wanted you to apply. And then moving on, also university financial aid and scholarship model. So this is also much more subjective, but these are the terms that you'll need to remember. So need blind, need sensitive, or need aware, and also merit based. So for need blind, they don't look at your background at all, like your financial background or how much money you have. They just take it based on your application at face value without considering. Need aware or need sensitive is like universities that assess your needs before considering, like while considering your application. And then merit-based scholarships, they will be offered to you. It's pretty similar to need blind. So most merit-based scholarship would be need blind. There are some scholarships that are both merit-based and need-based as well. So typically when they advertise it, do read the fine print and check your how it works technically. And then there are some different terminologies. So there are grants, assistantship, fellowship. So these are all, I would say, paid pathway if you want to study in the US. I would say for assistantship and fellowship are usually for grad students who might want to study while working in a lab or while working as a teaching assistant. So you get some stipend to cover your tuition and expenses. And when to apply? So for undergrad, you would apply while you're while you're also applying to your college through Common App. So it would be like a parallel process. While you're applying through Common App, you would also look for the financial aids available in that school. What do they cover? Mostly tuition, or some of them also cover living costs. But I would say it differs because there's like over 4,000 universities in the US. Some covers a lot, some covers a little bit. And of course, they are stackable as well, so do check. If you can find like a scholarship that covers some tuition and then another scholarship that covers living costs, then that would be great. And typically they're also online and you can contact them through email to ask questions. And the pros and cons for scholarship from the university is pretty much similar to like any local scholarships. Like you get the money, you don't have to think about the money. But also for university scholarships, typically they don't have a bond unless if it's like an assistantship or a fellowship where you do have to work with the university for them to keep giving you money. But for undergraduate, typically it's like an award where they give you, okay, this is like 5,000 for the semester. Take it, congratulations. You don't have to like work for them. You don't have to like stay longer than you should. But it is much more competitive due to the non-binding aspect of it. It's much more competitive, and also it's a bigger pool of applicants because you would think about all the other international students who are applying to the universities as well. So these are some scholarship search tools that you can check out. That you can check out. Each would serve a different purpose, but you can check out which one fits your needs and which one would work for you and your parents or your child. These are some other cost-saving options. So student employment is one. I'll talk more about it. College-sponsored cooperative work programs or paid internships is one also. So I think universities would typically have career fairs in the fall and in the spring for any winter break or summer break jobs or internships that they can offer. You can also sometimes work in a lab. That would fall under student employment. Work in a lab and get paid some money. And finally, you can consider community colleges or other cost-saving pathways, like I mentioned. If you don't manage to get any scholarship after SPM, but you still want to go to the US, try to like think of other options like diploma, matriculation, or even STPM, and apply again like once you complete that foundation. ADP and A-levels are not the only entryways to US universities. And I would say for this, it depends on like, do you want to rush it? Because ADP we know is a very time efficient process because you can take 1 year here, can already transfer your credits to in the US and graduate faster. But if that is not a priority for you, then take a longer route and save more money. But look at find a long-term plan. If your goal is eventually to go to the US, it shouldn't matter like what foundation you do here, as long as you do well and you get your financial support before you fly to the US. And we can talk more about it if we are open for advising if you want to talk more about it with our advisors. So this is also a little brief information about working in the US with an F1 visa. So F1 is your student visa. Your student visa would expire at the end of your 4 years or at the end of your program. So throughout the entire 4 years, 3 years, however longer you're there, you are able to work up to 20 hours in a school year, up to 40 hours during semester break, but also off campus are allowed if you have proof or evidence of financial hardships. But you do have to go through your international center for that. And then optional practical training or OPT is a chance for F1 visa holders to work in the US for up to 3 years after graduation. So a lot of people who want to do OPT would consider this when they're applying for their scholarships. Like I mentioned, some scholarships would come with a bond, which would be beneficial for you if you want a job here. But if you think that, oh, I do want to go to the US and then work afterwards, look for a scholarship without any bond, or look for convertible loans where you can pay them back instead of working with them. But I think it's also worth noting when you go to your visa interview, do not say that you want to work, just say you want to go to school first, because the chances of your visa getting rejected if you say you want to work directly is a bit higher. So there's a lot of benefits of working on campus, and also there's a lot of on-campus jobs that are not simply dish room or cafeteria, because a lot of students are like, oh, why is the option so limited? I don't want to just work dish room or cafeteria. But you have your labs, you have your library, so all of those all the places that you go on campus typically would hire students to work there as well. So personally, I've worked so many jobs, but as a writing consultant, at the cafeteria, at the library, at the cafe, as a barista. So there's a lot of work to explore. There might also be some programs, voluntary programs that it starts off voluntary and then you can work at labs. So some labs will be open in the summer if you're interested in sciencey things. Some labs will be open in the summer where you can volunteer in, and if they like the way you work and you work well with them, you can apply to work in the lab as well, which also is considered as an on-campus job. All right, so just to recap, these are the 5 steps of financial aid. So first, check the school website. Second, ask questions. And as important it is to ask outside as it asks the school what they can offer, it's important to reflect back to your family, your financial standing, and be honest with yourself on how much can I afford this? How much do I need? So these are the important questions to ask. And ask our advisors for advice, schedule an appointment with them and talk through with them about your plans and whatnot. Look around locally for government corporate scholarships. If you can't find any, look externally and look for your university scholarship, or look for any third-party sources that can fund you. And finally, try to also explore other cost-saving options. Cost-saving options before you go there. All right. Okay, and then I'm passing it to a current student who might have more relevant things to share with you guys.
Hello. Yep. Hi once again. My name is Kai, and I am not from Education USA. So, yeah. One thing about personal finance in America as an international student, you need 4 things. Driver license that allow them to verify your identity, because our IC doesn't have a clear date of birth. And second thing is your social security number. That is a special number that you can only get after you get a on-campus employment as a student with a student job, and bank account for money, and a high FICO score. That's like a credit score. In Malaysia, we call it CTOS over here, but in US, we call it FICO. And yep, my advice for people, yes. So as soon as you land in America, you want to open 2 things first, right? You want to get all of your documents, you want to get all of your information, your bank statement from Malaysia, and your cash to go to the nearest Chase or Bank of America to open a checking and a savings account. So checking is for your daily expenditure. It comes with a debit card, and savings usually comes with a higher savings rate. But for Chase and BOA, it doesn't really matter. And one of the most important thing about the both of them is that you have to make sure to tell them that you're a student, because sometimes it comes with those monthly maintenance fees if your checking account is lower than 1,500, and then they'll charge you $10 or something. So you want to make sure to avoid that. And second, wire transfer fee. Yep. So for example, this is one of the wire transfer fee that was bear by my transaction from my parents. So my parents use a public bank, so it's out of public bank and into my BOA. And Malaysia charges about $30 and US charges about $16, and that's $46 in total. So here's the thing. That's one of the interesting things I found. It's like the chicken rice index in Selangor. So it costs about $46 just to make one transaction from Malaysia Bank to US, and that's about $200, and that's about 26 chicken rice. I'm assuming that I make about at least 2 big transactions per year. So yeah, that's a lot of yep. And short-term solution, yep. The first short-term solution that I could think of immediately is cash. So when you go to America, I would suggest you to bring less than 10K, because if you were to exceed 10K, you have to report to the US Customs and Border, and there will be quite a hassle. But that 10K itself, you got to skip that wire transfer fee. And for second option is Wise, and that's suitable for a small amount of money. So assuming that, like for example, I'm a parent, my son's in the US, he wants to go buy something, he doesn't have enough money in his checking account. I was like, okay, you know what, let me just go to my Wise and transfer the money. And if you can have a look, it costs about that much, and the difference is about 60 cents USD. That's excluding the conversion rate I did before, but if you were to include that, that's about like $2 or $1 or something. So I think that's probably the best that you could get for a small amount of transfer. And second thing, the long-term solution is that there's not much thing I don't think there's any Malaysian bank that allow you to void the wire transfer out fee international wise, but if you have, please let me know. And for US bank, you want to look for US bank that doesn't charge a wire transfer in fee, and these are the examples I can find. Ally Bank, which is one of the prominent online bank right now, and you have your Alliance Credit Union, and you have your Capital One 360. I tried to apply for credit to Capital One 360. They need SSN. I don't have it, so yep. Yeah, questions? Nope, it's all good? All right, thanks.
I guess I can promote a little bit for Education USA. So all of our services are free. So we do one-on-one advising session as well. So if you want to talk to us in detail about your current, education level, like you want to talk about your education journey with us and want some guidance, so book our advising session at Calendly, or you can follow our social media at Education USA Malaysia. So we host different events throughout the year as well. We host US representatives, so US universities that come to Malaysia to try to talk to students. So we host them at our center. So I think it's nice to just talk with like US admission officer to know like, when you want to apply, what kind of things they're looking for, or what kind of scholarship currently available at their university, just to know like, just to have some expectation what you need to do when you want to apply to the scholarship. So I guess, I don't know if we have time for questions. But yeah, if you can also come talk to us. We'll be here, afterwards. But yeah, thank you so much for listening to our session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amira and Basir from Education USA, for providing such an insightful session into funding your US education. Before we go for lunch break, could we take a group picture with everyone? So those at the side, could you all scoot in into the middle? Can everyone please stand up so everyone can fit in?
Hi guys. So thank you so much for attending the first few sessions, and we want to really commemorate USAPPS this year. So if everyone could come in down in the middle to the front and stand up, that would be really great. And look alive, look happy. So yeah, people in the front here, could you guys stand up? Thank you, thank you. And yeah, could we? People on my right-hand side, could you move in? Thank you. Yeah, fill in the space. You guys love each other. Come closer, come closer. Make it look compact. Nice, nice. Okay, a tip is if you guys cannot see the camera cannot see you. So I want to make sure everyone can be seen in this picture. You guys look so lovely today. It would be really nice if you can capture this moment. And Fessis, would you mind coming to the front? That would be really appreciated. Thank you. Okay. Okay. USAPPS! Okay. Joe Biden on 3. Biden! Thank you guys so much. Enjoy your lunch and see you guys back at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Just wanted to announce that lunch is provided outside the hall. So we also have vegetarian options, so please do mention if you are allergic to anything and we'll be happy to explain what's inside the meal.
everybody. Really good seeing a lot of aspiring students here today. I'm going to have about 5 to 15 minutes just to talk about what it means to do good more effectively. My name is Yi Young. I'm the lead organizer of Effective Altruism Malaysia. Before that, I was a former teacher under the Teach for Malaysia program. And after that, I was also a community builder under the Effective Altruism movement, both in Singapore and then just like globally. Yeah, thanks so much for the USAPPS organizers for letting me do this very quickly. I'm going to jump straight in, unfortunately, because I'm on a very tight time limit. But I'd like to do this quiz. I'm going to give everyone about 1 minute to answer 3 questions. So you have like 1 minute per question. And for each of these questions, you're going to have to read and figure out whether this intervention has a positive effect, meaning does it actually work? Number 2, no effect, basically didn't work. Or a negative effect, basically it backfired, okay? So don't need to shout, just keep it into your head. We'll maybe raise our hands later as we go through each question, okay? So let's go ahead and get started with the first one. Question number 1, which is home visits for older adults. You have 1 minute. I'm going to time you guys. Go ahead and read it. Again, don't need to shout the answer out. Just raise your hand later. I'll let you know when to raise your hands. Thirty more seconds. For those who just came in, we're currently doing a quiz. If you fail this quiz, you can't leave the campus. I'm just kidding. Okay, 10 more seconds. All right, okay. Who here thinks it worked? Positive effect, A. Okay. All right. Who thinks it's B, no effect? Okay, got a few. Who thinks it backfired? Okay, 1 person. No, 2. Okay, so let's see what the answer is. It is no effect. So congrats to the ones who picked B. Let's move on to the next question. Scat straight. Again, you have 1 more minute to read and make an answer, give an answer. Thirty more seconds. Okay, you should make up your mind by about now. Okay, so let's take a look at the answer for question number 2 for Scared Straight. The answer is it actually backfired. Okay? Sorry, I didn't get you guys to raise your hand because I'm short on time. Let's move on to the third question, this time called drug substitution programs. I'm going to give people 30 seconds now. Okay, 10 more seconds. Gotta make up your mind now. Okay, let's see what the answer is for the third question. It actually worked. Who here got all correct? Wow, okay, just one person. Sorry, I don't have a gift for you. Yeah, just wanted to like show you guys like a taster about effective altruism, right? And hopefully when you all come out from this really short talk, you're able to get a bit more intuition on like what it means to do good more effectively. You know, you should have some of these automatic questions immediately popping into your mind when it comes to like charity, interventions, doing good, you know. Does it actually even work? How well does it work? You know, what is like the effect size? What is the magnitude of it working? You know, how many people have you saved, for example? How much does it cost? You know, millions, billions? Are there any downside risks we should be careful about? Any like unintended second order effects that could happen? Are there maybe better interventions out there that we should be actually funding or looking at or working at? These are the kinds of questions that people in effective altruism think about. It's a very radical way or like a very different way of doing good that I think some of us find very counterintuitive, especially me when I first started out. So let me just like talk you through what I mean by that. You know, when we actually think about doing good, we want to prioritize actions that actually help. You know, instead of things that make us feel good, we actually want to be very impartial. So it's not just about people that we care about. You know, maybe if you're a cancer survivor and you want to help like, you know, people who are victims of cancer, we over here in effective altruism just care about helping everyone, and we treat everyone equally. We also want to make sure that we improve people's welfare. So it's not just about, you know, helping because it's the right thing to do. And we also want to help people in scope-sensitive ways. What do I mean by scope sensitivity? Over here, it just means that we tend to have this cognitive bias around large numbers, right? And, you know, helping 1,000 people seem to feel the same, you know, like feel quite similar to helping like 100,000 people. And that throws us off a bit when we're making decisions around doing good. And just want to be careful around that. And that's how that's how effective altruists think about doing good. And I want to give you like very specific examples of like what I mean by things that are not very EA. For example, number one, we don't want to help people in poorer countries because it's just not, sorry, we don't want to help people in wealthier countries because it's just not cost effective, right? You know, for every like $1,000, you could like help a lot more. We also don't think funding the arts is like that great. I'm so sorry. Because like, you know, instead of putting money into like funding the arts, you could actually use that money to help more people. We also think, you know, there are actually interventions that have good evidence to back them up. So if you're like funding advocacy against, for example, nuclear power, which is actually a very good intervention for climate change, that's not very truth-seeking, which is something that we really care about too. And then finally, oh sorry, we have two more. Instead of like, you know, helping pets, you know, cats and dog shelters, we actually want to help factory farm animals like chickens, cows and pigs. And finally, if we do ever find out, I think this is like one example in our movement where we've made the mistake of actually funding criminal justice reform in the US and decided that, you know, to stop that because we've actually found that it wasn't that effective after all, and actually like stop the entire program. Okay, I have 5 more minutes left. So let's talk about the more specific things over here. We have two graphs at the top. The first one is about funding for both pandemic risk, and the second one, the purple one, is funding for counterterrorism. Okay, so pandemic, the green one, and purple, the counterterrorism. And for the second graph, it's also the same thing, but except this time is the number of deaths caused by pandemics and the number of deaths caused by terrorism. Who here can tell me like what's wrong with this graph? I mean, not what's wrong, but like what is like off about it? Correct, yeah, cost effectiveness, right? We're only funding pandemic kind of like interventions, just like a little bit, $8 billion as compared to counterterrorism, which is, I don't know, maybe it's like about close to I don't know, my math isn't that good, but it's like quite a large difference, right? But the number of deaths in between from terrorism is very small, and that's like the kind of like prioritization principle that we have in EA. Want to make sure that we actually do good more effectively, right? So for example, here are things that we've done. We've funded research institutions, and we've also founded an organization that tries to have like human challenge kind of trials. Okay, I'm not sure I have more time, so I'm going to quickly move on from here. There are other course areas if you want to if you're interested in any of these, come talk to me as well. What it's like being in this EA movement. We have a few thousand people around the world, a mix of professionals and university students. In Malaysia, we are really small, mostly very professional. We have only a few meetups a year. I think the one thing that's very different from like these effective altruism chapters or like groups is that we generally don't encourage people to volunteer, and we don't generally have like a set of tasks for people to do. We generally get people to independently think about what it means to do the most good. That generally means a lot of learning instead of doing first, and a bunch of other things over there to like help you get to that stage where you can say like, yeah, I think my career is like pretty good. And if you do ever get into a US university in the next few years, we do have a bunch of chapters where you can meet peers who are your same age, who are also trying to figure out like, that career where they can actually feel meaningful and where they actually know that their result is like, oh yeah, I've saved like this many people in my lifetime. Here are like a few Malaysians. One of them is working at a consulting firm trying to get factory farms to reduce cage-free, to implement cage-free kind of like interventions. We have one person here who works as a contractor for OpenAI to develop like safety measures for, in any case when AI becomes a bit dangerous. And yeah, a few other people over there as well. I want to quickly throw like some difficult advice. I don't know if I have time, but if you guys have ever thought about your career and you feel really confused by like the actual kind of like thought process or factors that you should include in your decision-making process, these are some things that I can talk about if you're feeling confused. You can meet me in the booth later, where, yeah, I'm happy to chat with anyone, even if you're very new or if you're like uncertain or if you're shy, I'm like really happy to talk to you, honestly. But there are also online resources. You can Google Effective Altruism Voucher Programs or the Effective Altruism Handbook. You could also get a lot of good career advice, even if you take away the doing good part, right? I think 80,000 hours is like pretty good on that front as well. Cool, okay. So thank you so much, everybody. Feel free to find me in the booth again, and thank you so much for the USAPPS organizer.
Hi everyone, hope you enjoyed the session by EA and also enjoyed your lunch earlier. Now, are you ready to be transported to the US? I hope you are, because the next session is a panel discussion about life and culture in the US. So give a round of applause to the moderator, Jung-hin, and the panelists, Farah, Carissa, and Daryl.
So good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is energetic after the lunch. And right now, we'll talk about the life and culture in the US. So on my left, we have Daryl from Drew. We have Farah from Princeton. And Carissa from Wesleyan. Okay. So this is the intro profile, so maybe you can introduce yourself.
Hello. Hello. Can everyone hear me? All right. Hi. My name is Jared. Hi. 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 My name is Daryl Wong. I'm currently a double major in finance and economics and minoring in data science at Drew University. It's in New Jersey. And I also play tennis for the team as well, for Drew.
Hi everyone, my name is Farah. I am a rising senior at Princeton, also in New Jersey. So that means I graduate next year. I'm majoring in climate science with a certificate/minor in applied and computational math.
Hi everyone, I'm Carissa. I just graduated from Wesleyan in May 2023, and I'll be going to Yale Divinity School, and I'll be graduating from Yale in 2026. I studied history and dance, and I was a double major.
So welcome them, and we will be able to ask them a lot of questions about the life and culture in the US. So we have a few questions that I'll ask them first, and after that we will open up to Q&A, so the audience can ask them questions that they are interested in to learn more about the US. So the first question is that for all the speakers here, how do you adjust to the college life in the US? College, you have a lot of sports, you have a lot of friends, and most importantly, the academics and stuff. So who's gonna start first?
I think I took a long time to adjust. I really only adjusted in my second year, and even then it was in very strange COVID circumstances. I had half of my classes online and my other half in person. But a big part of my adjustment was finding a very solid group of friends who became my network of support while I was abroad. So I think it's important to give yourself a lot of grace while you're trying to figure things out. And investing time in finding good people will reap much more rewards than getting into the most competitive class.
Yeah, so I also had like a weird start to college because in the first semester I was studying in Malaysia because of COVID. So I was taking classes at like 9 p.m., 2 a.m. And in my second semester as well, classes were virtual, all the clubs were virtual. So it was kind of hard getting to know people, but I think in the next couple of years, it's easier for you to make friends and stuff. But I would say one of the things that, well, someone told me is just always to keep like an open mind, especially in the first few weeks in college. You'll have lots of orientation programs, and everyone just wants to get to know everyone. So it's important to kind of just put yourself out there while also trying, because everyone else is also getting used to college life. So just know that you're not the only one who, if you're struggling, you're not going to be the only one struggling.
So how I adjusted to college life in the U.S. was I had a girlfriend, so so that was the shortcut way. She showed me around in America, so that was one of the ways you guys can do it. But honestly, how I adjusted was just having an open mind, like what Farah said, because we're from Malaysia. Everyone's really culturally different. So when you go to America, everyone's they're almost the same, but they're different as well. So it's pretty easy for Malaysian students, I would say, to adapt to the environment in America. But obviously, in the first 2 years, it's obviously really hard because you see everything, you experience everything that's really new, and you're not used to it, and it's foreign to you. So one way you can just, I guess, adjust is just having an open mind, like what Farah said.
So yeah, now we know about some interesting ways to adapt to the US life. You guys can try it out, I guess. Okay, so moving on to the next question we have is how to find, join, or create clubs that caters to your interests or your passion.
So I think usually, well, at least in my school, in the first couple of weeks during orientation, they'll have a huge club fair. So at Princeton, they have it in the gym, and there are like literally thousands of clubs, and they have the booths and everyone who's in that club wants you to join that club. So you'll be like pulled by all these really random clubs. At Princeton, they have like a chocolate making club. There are like some business clubs as well. Personally, I am involved in a lot of environmental clubs, and through these clubs are where I found some of my closest friends that I'm still friends with now. So joining clubs is really a great way for you to meet people, especially people who share the same interests as you, because you're interested in that and they're all in the club. So yeah, I think joining clubs is a great way to get to know people and to like orient yourself in the US.
Carissa?
Going for club fairs, I definitely a helpful way to find clubs, but it can also be very overwhelming. What I did was talk to my seniors and ask them what were the most impactful experiences that they had on campus and which clubs were important to them in their growth journey. And I participated in similar clubs based on their recommendations. In terms of creating clubs, so I created a club with my friends. We started a publication called Disorientation, which is something that was started in the 1970s. It was discontinued in 2017, and then we revived it in 2023. And Disorientation is pretty popular amongst other colleges as well, so it was just our version, which is essentially an orientation handbook, but written by and for students with like no bullshit from the perspective of students, not for the purposes of marketing. And we decided to revive it because we went through the archives from our university library and found like this amazing resource, and we wanted to recreate something new and contextualize it to the current issues that we were facing. So creating a club was not that difficult. You just need like organized and efficient people to be on your team, and you just have to submit an application form to your university student involvement office and get funding from that office so you can like print your publication, for example. And the biggest part of starting a club is not starting the club itself, but sustainability. So finding younger leaders who want to take over your club. So there was a very intentional mentorship. So we had to kind of elect younger students to take over the club. And we had very like strong handover towards the end of my senior year to ensure the continuation and sustainability after I graduated.
What about you, Daryl?
So how I found a club, not through my girlfriend. I found it through word of mouth from my friends that I made. They were starting clubs. They were really ambitious about starting clubs in school. There were those like top 1% people who were like, oh, I'm really smart, so I should start a club. So I was really lucky that I had the chance to meet them, and they told me about these clubs that they had or clubs that they're going to create. So I would just join clubs from there. I'm the senior analyst for this club. It's called The Fund, not FUN. It's the FUND. It's a student-led investment club where we manage about $35,000 in the portfolio. And pretty much what we do is we do equity research, we do analysis on the company itself, and from there we provide like a stock pitch to the entire team. It's pretty good. You learn a thing or two. So right now I'm having an internship. I just finished my internship actually with an equity research company, and it helped that I joined a club that was doing the same thing. And I think joining clubs are also good that you can, it's also good because you can put that in your resume. And with that, clubs on your resume, you can find internships from there. Yeah.
So I have a follow-up question for all the speakers. Can you share any interesting clubs in your universities or colleges that you don't think maybe Malaysian colleges or something that would necessarily be available here? Pop quiz.
There are a lot of dance clubs at Wesleyan, but we have a burlesque club. And if you don't know what that is, it's essentially like stripping. So, and they put on a performance at the end of every year, and all of their proceeds go to a selected charity. I did not participate in burlesque, but I know I had a lot of friends who were in burlesque, and they really enjoyed their time there. Yeah, and I guess. Hello. Yeah, a lot of dance clubs. We have a lot of dance clubs in my school as well, and at the start of every semester, they always have auditions. Me and my friends, I'm not a good dancer, but me and my friends like to go to these auditions 'cause it's really fun. They have a lot of different dance groups. Like there's a K-pop one, there's one focusing on like contemporary ballet, and we also have a belly dancing one, which is really interesting. I think they focus a lot on the culture of like where belly dancing came from. And yeah, I think it's a great way for you. I think dance groups on campus are one of the groups where the people are closest to each other, so that's where they like find a lot of their community.
Daryl, you have anything to share?
Not really.
Yeah, okay. So before I move to the next question, Michigan has a squirrel feeding club, which I'm not part of it, but I love to feed the squirrel over there. And our squirrels are some of the most fattest squirrel in the whole United States. So yeah. Okay, moving on to the next questions. In Malaysia, we have summer as our 4 seasons. So what about the US? How do you adapt to it?
Yeah, so I remember, I think my biggest concern when it came to seasons was that, oh, it's going to be so cold, like I'm not going to be used to it. Which is true. I think you really need to find like the right jacket, because I think maybe as Malaysians, we don't have a lot of experience in knowing like what a good quality winter jacket is. I think when it comes to that, a tip that I would give is that a good winter jacket can be expensive, but it's going to be a good investment because you're going to be using it for the next 4 years if you end up in the US. But another thing that I was also not prepared for was how hot summers can get as well, especially when you come in for the fall semester. I think it's going to be August or September. And the thing is, in Malaysia, it's hot, but we have lots of AC, we have a lot of fans. But in the US, well, at least in my school, they don't have that. So a lot of our dorms are very old, and only I think maybe a quarter of the dorms have AC or have a fan. So in the first month or so in the US, it's like really hot and you have to like get your own fan. But yeah.
All right. How I adapted to the 4 seasons in America. So my parents were really cheapskate. They didn't want to invest into a really expensive jacket for me. So they told me the thing you can do is layering. So you'd be puffed up. It'd be like a puffer jacket, but with a lot of layers. And that's not really, it's not really convenient for you, especially when you go out and you start walking around and it gets really, really hot. And you have to start taking out one layer by one layer, and you have to carry it as well. So it's not really fun, not really convenient. So I think even though winter jackets can be really expensive, I think it's a good idea to invest into a really good one. So you don't have to buy multiple jackets and you don't have to waste a lot of space. Parents. Yeah.
What about Carissa? The weather in Connecticut?
It gets really cold. This January, it got to negative 30 degrees Celsius because of the wind chills. It was like you would go out and you couldn't feel your face. I have very dry skin, so I like cracked up a lot in my first semester. So like learning how to like double down on moisturizing in my daily skincare routine was really important. And you need to drink a lot of water during winter. Like even though you're not, because you don't sweat, you don't feel like you're dehydrated. But if you're not hydrating your skin, you will start bleeding. So I would, yeah. So like hydration is really important, and wearing the right winter clothing as well.
Sometimes it's good to invest in a humidifier as well, because your dorms tend to be extremely dry. Okay. So now we know about the 4 seasons, and let's move on to academics in the America. So what to do when you need help with academics, student affairs, or mental health? We can start with Daryl.
You can go to your girlfriend, but I'm messing. So the professors are really nice. They're willing to take the time off to actually teach you and help you with whatever questions you have. It's called office hours. You just have to send them an email and tell them, hey, I'm really struggling in this section. Can you please take time off to teach me? They would actually do that for you. So I'm a student athlete, and during the spring season, we would have tennis tournaments, and it would clash with a lot of classes. I miss a lot of exams. Nice. But the professors are really understanding, and they would actually take the time and teach you and help you out with anything that you're struggling with. With mental health, the school has like a center for that. So if you're ever feeling lonely or you need somebody to talk to, you can always go to the mental health center. And from what I've heard from my friends, they said it's been really helpful. In America, they really advocate to mental health and having like a healthy mental health. So if you don't have to be worried about being judged by other people when you go to see somebody, because everyone in America goes and everybody does that as well.
Yeah, speaking of like in terms of mental health, I remember having a conversation with my friend, and then so our kind of health center is called Makash or UHS. And then there was this one conversation we were talking about, oh, I just got back from my UHS session. And then I was like, oh, I have one tomorrow. So it really is like people might not be talking about the resources that they're using, but people are making use of it, and that's why they're there. I remember like in the first few weeks of arriving during orientation, the university will tell you a whole bunch of resources that you can access, but it gets really overwhelming because there's like hundreds of them. So in terms of like, I think when it comes to needing help, in your first year, you'll have assigned a resident advisor or an RA. So this is kind of upper class students, so maybe in their third or fourth year, and they live near your dorms. So your RA should be like your first point of contact. So if you're really struggling with something and you don't know who to turn to, you should reach out to your RA, and they'll like navigate you to the resources that you need, or like the resources that you can reach out to. And yeah, in terms of professors, I've been super lucky because in my department it's really tiny, so we also have really tiny classes. So I would say one of my hardest classes that I've ever taken at my school was ocean physics, and it's a really tiny class. There were like 8 people, and half of them were graduate students. So if you were slipping in that sort of class, which I was, like after the midterm I didn't do so well, and my TA, so my teaching assistant, reached out to me and was like, oh, are you okay? Because a few weeks before that I also got really sick, so I had to miss a few classes. So it was really nice knowing that there's someone, your TAs, your professor, who want to help out and who care about you. So yeah, I think the biggest transition that I had to do was being able to reach out for help. Help is there, but you just kind of have to reach out and being able to be vulnerable.
I completely agree with Farah. You need to know when to ask for help, and it doesn't mean that you are weak. Asking for help means you are strong. So I learned how to ask for help from my seniors specifically. I feel like they are the most well-versed with university resources, and because they were also in a similar position as you, they can consult on which resources are most effective. So my seniors, who were also Malaysians, they were the most resourceful people I've ever met. So I would really encourage you to speak to your seniors, and like what Farah mentioned, your resident advisor. You have office hours, teaching assistant sessions, which usually happens in the evenings, taught by a graduate student who will walk you through the homework and or help you with your essays. There will also be peer tutors in your department. So these are students who are usually in their third or fourth year who get paid to tutor younger students, and they usually have a range of departments or academics that they can help you with. At Wesleyan, there are also peer academic advisors, and these are students who can help you plan your course load to ensure that you fulfill all of your major requirements depending on what you want to do after college. And importantly, I would also encourage you to go to your career center as well. If, for example, you want to go into the healthcare industry, you might need to go to your career center and consult with them to ask them what pathways would be most relevant for me, and then from there backtrack with what classes you need to take. So as they mentioned, there are a lot of mental health resources on campus, but I think it's also really important to find a good routine to help your adjustment and also regulate your mental health. So routine with food, exercise, and general outdoor time. I feel like a lot of college students just don't go outdoors, and being outdoors can help a lot. The one thing I would say about on-campus mental health resources, they are licensed therapists and psychologists, but sometimes they might not be a good fit for students, especially international students. They might not really understand the ins and outs of being a transcultural, transnational student. So finding the right therapist for you might take a while, and you might also try to look for a therapist or psychologist who works outside your university but is still covered under your student healthcare insurance. Or you can also look for online therapy.
So Carissa talked about the outdoors, and it kind of like reminds me of question 3 and 4, which is something that I noticed for first-year students, especially when some affects like third or fourth-year students as well, is that during the winter months, people tend to be depressed and feeling less motivated and stuff like that, which is something we might not notice here, but once you go there and when the cold strikes and stuff like that, how do you have any advice for people who are going to the universities dealing with the winter months?
So during the winter months, me and my friends, so I was in Missouri first, it was the Midwest, and you get really weird snowstorms. Out of the blue, you get, like we had one snowstorm that lasted a week, so we didn't have school for the whole entire week. We had about 6-7 inches of snow, I think. I'm not sure that's a lot, but it was pretty a lot. It was pretty much, and we just played in the snow. We got sick the next day, but that's okay. We all had fun, and that's how we kind of tackled the like what do you call it? Depressed winter. Yeah. So yeah, we just played in the snow because I've seen snow before, but never seen that much of snow. So we would build snow, what do you call it? Snowmans. Play snowball fights. So it makes it really fun because it's something that you don't really get to do in Malaysia. Just getting out of your comfort zone and just telling yourself like it's okay if I get sick. I'm having fun. That's okay. Yeah.
Do you two have anything to share? Okay, so we'll move to question number 5, which is the speakers can talk about the dynamics in college classroom and challenges. Especially Daryl is also an athlete, and you talk about missing a lot of classes and exams, and it's a pretty good experience, but how do you deal with all the challenges because you still need to go to exams and stuff?
I'll talk about the challenges as a varsity athlete. So I play tennis on the tennis team. Yeah. And pretty much one of the main things that you have to kind of emphasize is time management. School academics in America is more of assignment-based and not too much on exam-based. So your assignments are very, very important, and you always have to hand it out. You have to hand it in time. But sometimes when you have tournaments and you have to miss them, you kind of have to like email your professor in advance because most of your games are all scheduled already. So you need to make sure that you email your professors and tell them like, hey, I'm going to be missing this deadline because I have a tennis tournament, and they would understand that. And also, just because we have a lot of games, you can always do your work in the bus or just do your work 2 days in advance before you have to go to a tournament. It helps a lot when you just do it, when you manage your time properly and finish all your assignments. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm not a varsity athlete, but I think in terms of dynamics in college classrooms, in the first couple of years, especially if you're planning on doing STEM, you'll have like these big intro physics, intro math, intro to computer science classes, and in my school they can be like 100 or 200 people. And I would say my biggest tip for those type of classrooms is to find yourself a little study group, which is, you have like maybe 5-6 people, because with these type of intro classes, you have, like Daryl said, lots of assignments. So in my school we have like a problem set every week. So it's helpful to have like a set group of friends to work on these problem sets with.
And I think it's also like a good way to get to know people. So like on your first, like in the first day of your class, you like just say to people around you like, hey, do you want to do a study group? Do you want to work on this problem set together? And it also really creates like camaraderie amongst your classmates.
My biggest class size was 60 people when I did calculus 2 in freshman year, and my smallest class size was 5. But most of my class sizes average around 10 to 15 students. They were all very small seminar discussion heavy classes. So the classroom dynamic is very different because there is a heavy emphasis on classroom participation. So there's typically no lecture, and the teacher would encourage you to speak up and talk about your takeaways from the readings or your essays. And I think something that's very prevalent in the US is this idea of jock culture. And what that means is like this hyper-competitive, overconfident, the loudest person in the room gets the last word. And it's kind of a performance of confidence more so than anything that is substantive. And I've noticed that a lot in my discussion-heavy classes, and it can become very intimidating until you like really listen to what they're saying and you realize they're not saying anything at all, but they're saying a lot. That tends to happen a lot with humanities classes. And I was very intimidated in my first year, and then I realized that you don't have to say much. Like if you just contribute something substantive, the professor will take note of that. You don't have to be taking up like 10% of the class time in order for you to be noticed and get your participation grade. And the thing with participation as well in classrooms, it doesn't have to be singularly focused on speaking up in class. There are many ways to participate in the classroom. I think a lot of professors are moving to asynchronous participation through like Moodle posts or like posting your thoughts on the reading prior to class, as well as visiting office hours as well, especially for students who are maybe a little bit more introverted.
No, to add on to like what Carissa said, I think with seminar, like smaller style classrooms, I remember being super intimidated, especially when I realized that I'm like the only international student, if I'm the only like person of color in that classroom. But I think an important to think about is that you, as like, you know, as a Malaysian in the US, you have a really interesting point of view that they might not, you know, hear from. So I think just knowing the worth that you and your opinions have as a Malaysian, as an international student, you know, it's worth for them to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, adding on from Carissa, she said that participation is important in classes. Yeah, so I studied in a Chinese school during my primary. I studied in a Chinese primary school, and you're not encouraged to ask questions. If you ask questions, you're dumb. But in America, it's the other way around. You are encouraged to ask questions, even if you know the answer. You should always ask the professor to follow up on what they just said, because it shows to them their culture is different, and to them it shows that we are paying attention and we are willing to learn. And it took me a while to get used to that. I wouldn't ask questions because in Malaysia you're not really encouraged to ask questions. But when I went to America, you were encouraged to ask questions, and you get participation points that contribute to your entire grade. And I had to learn it the hard way, because I think my second semester, I did terribly in my school, in classes. And my girlfriend, she told me that I need to ask questions to show my initiative. And I started doing that, and I realized that it's not a one-man show. Everyone's willing to help you, and giving your participation in class just shows to the professors that you're engaged in their class. Yeah.
Something about content that I didn't expect was a feeling of like constantly catching up. Because I was studying history, I took 7 of my 10 history classes in American history, and I didn't do much American history prior to going to university. So I would go into a classroom and they would be talking about the nuances of the Revolutionary War. And I was only in one class where my professor asked me, how many people in this classroom had never studied about the Revolutionary War, and I was the only person who raised my hand because I was the only international student in that class. So I had to do a lot of additional reading on top of my reading that was assigned for class in order to understand the context, because most of the students grew up studying that history in high school, and I did not. But that doesn't mean I am disadvantaged in the class, like what Farah said. I do bring a very important, unique perspective because of my different educational background. Oh, sorry, and one thing with that as well is no one has brought it up, but it has been talked about implicitly, is this idea of American exceptionalism, where I think Arman said like America only thinks about themselves. Like that is very much true even in the university, in which America is this model that the whole world must comply to, especially with their education, and that's very clear within the humanities as well. A lot of how we are taught to evaluate other countries, whether it is a comparative study or even individual case studies, is from an American lens and American perspective. So to a large extent, like even when you are reading or writing your papers, you kind of have to like mold yourself into a way that is palatable to your professors. And if you decide to refuse that framework, you have to explain yourself very clearly, and that can be a bit scary.
Yeah, thank you very much to the speakers for sharing their experiences and perspective on that. So for the next part, we will be opening up the Q&A. So feel free to kind of like, if you do not want to submit it through Slido, you could kind of like raise your hand out and we will pass the mic to you. But if you want to submit it online, you could do so, and I will read out the questions. While we wait for that, I will ask our speaker some pop questions. Name one franchise brand, like McDonald's and stuff like that, that you would recommend to international students. Food culture.
Cane's chicken. It's a Midwestern thing. They give you like 4 pieces of chicken tenders, fries, a bread, and then they give you this special sauce. It's called a cane sauce. It's like, I don't know what they put inside, but it's really good. Yeah.
So in terms of like food chains, since I eat halal, so I really like Shake Shack's mushroom burger. They have good vegetarian options, which, yeah, that's one thing. A lot of these restaurants have vegetarian options. So if that's what if you eat halal, then that's a really good option to look for.
It's a very basic answer, and I'm a bit embarrassed, but Blue Bottle Coffee is really good coffee.
Yeah, we have a question over there.
Hello. Okay, I'm just really curious. Not planning to do anything, just really curious. Do international students are international students allowed to apply for license for gun ownership? Just curious. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
The short answer is yes. I do know of Malaysian students who are studying in Texas and bought guns. But the longer answer is it depends on which state you're in. There are some states have more rigorous background checks than others, and you just need to figure that out before you try to purchase a gun.
Testing? Okay. So, understandably, the Malaysian education system is more based off of the British system. But as you mentioned, you've all had your kind of hardships in sort of getting used to the American system. What do you think would be some changes to be made to the Malaysian system, so you wouldn't have such a so it wouldn't be so jarring to suddenly learn in the US.
I think what Daryl talked about earlier was really important to encourage curiosity and asking questions. I went to public school until until SPM, and then I did my A-levels in a private institution. I was always the student that had a lot of questions and annoyed a lot of my teachers. But I don't think like asking questions should be discouraged, and I feel like if I had gone to a school that was a little bit more encouraging about curiosity, I would have been, I guess, my transition might have been slightly easier. But I think even given those circumstances, I still ask a lot of questions. Yeah.
So I did IGCSE in Thailand, and IGCSE you don't really have to do your assignments. It's just more on your final exams. Obviously, assignments is a learning curve for you, but it doesn't contribute to your grades. So I think just learning how to complete your assignments and submitting them by the deadline is something that you should probably take note of, so that you don't get like a culture shock to the education system in America.
Yeah, so we'll be asking some questions I received from Slido. So this is the first question, which is also asked in the previous panel discussion, is did you encounter any racism and how to deal with it?
So it really depends on where you go to school. So Princeton is in Princeton Town, and it's a really small town. It's mainly like university students, professors. So it feels really safe within Princeton Town itself. And there are lots of like international students there, lots of people of color. So when you go to like bigger cities, when you travel, for example, in New York, or this one time me and my other friend, she's Chinese American, and we were in Austin, Texas for like fall break. And we were a bit, like I think Texas people have this view of like that it might not be the best place for like people of color, but most people in Austin were really friendly. But there was an incident where there was a homeless person who was just yelling at us. Nothing physical happened, but it was really odd because it was like broad daylight. No one else really did anything. But I think it is just like being aware of your surroundings, just like being smart about, like generally, even when you're in KL, you should like always be aware of your surroundings. And just like not engage whenever people do have like microaggressions or whenever people do anything.
So just to define some of the terms that Farah used earlier, like people of color and microaggression. So in the US, POC stands for people of color, and that basically means anyone who is not white. If you are melanated, you are a person of color. Microaggression is essentially smaller forms of racial aggression. For example, if someone were to ask you, why do you speak English so well? That's a form of a microaggression. So it's not overt racism, but it implies something about your racial identity that is attached to a negative stereotype.
I've never faced racism, luckily, even though I was in the Midwest. So Missouri, it's actually above Texas, so it's right in the middle of America. I think to prevent racism, I guess, would just don't go to places where you know there is racism over there. Just don't go there, and then you just prevent it completely. Obviously, you can experience it anywhere, but if you know that place is known for it, just don't go. Simple. And like your friends would make racist jokes sometimes, but it's more fun and games. Until it's not, then you just snap. But most of the time, they're just more curious about your culture. Because when I was in Missouri, they've never met anyone that outside of the country. They've never traveled. They don't have a passport. So most of them are very interested and really curious about how you can start, like what Carissa said, how can you speak English so well? They're like, oh, because everyone in Malaysia speaks that. And you just have to explain it to them and just see it from their point of view, that if we were in their shoes, we would be asking the same questions as well. Yeah.
So the next question here on Slido is for Farah. It's dealing with halal foods. And so is it hard to be a Muslim in America? And how do you find halal foods and day by day halal stuff?
Yeah, so I guess I can only speak about like, so in bigger cities, you have lots of options, like in New York, in Philadelphia, some cities in California, there are lots of halal options. So I think in almost all schools, you also have like a Muslim Student Association. So I think they and the seniors in that association will have like the best resources on like where you can find halal meat, and what are like some good halal options that you can find. And I think in terms of, I think one thing that US schools do is that they're also very aware and cognizant of like religious holidays. So for example, during Eid, if you're a Muslim student, you can like let your professors know that, oh, okay, I'm gonna take the day off because it's a very important religious holiday for me. Yeah, and in terms of like prayer times as well, I think professors are pretty understanding if you have like religious obligations. But it is like something that you kind of have to actively think about, because I think in Malaysia, you know, prayer times, it's like kind of incorporated into like events or classes. But when you're in the US, this is something that you have to actively think about.
So what about halal, guys? Is it good?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, I think it's like one of those restaurants or like places that hits the spot whenever you need it.
So this is the last question that I'll pick from Slido, which is something of an American culture as well. How do you have any tips on or ways to get comfortable and adapt to class discussion, which could also translate to like small talks and stuff in the classroom settings?
So for me, I would say like I'm generally a pretty introverted person. So when it comes to class discussions, I always try and say something at the start of class, because I think once I say something, I get a bit more comfortable rather than like, you know, everyone says a few things and then, I don't know, sometimes I find a hard time jumping into discussions. So yeah, that's what I do personally, just try and say something in the start of class, and 'cause for me, it'll like make me feel more comfortable too.
It takes practice. The more you do it, the easier it gets. And the first few times doing it can be a bit scary, but you should definitely like voice your opinion and contribute to the discussion. Something I wanted to say earlier about classroom discussion or like classroom dynamics in general is something that I have noticed, even for myself, is a general lack of focus or attention span. It took me a very long time to learn how to pay attention again, like coming back from like Zoom classes and whatnot. I get distracted very easily. So if like the person sitting next to me is scrolling to like H&M.com, I'm like, ooh, what is she trying to buy? So like a classroom dynamics, even though it's like supposed to be like you and your teacher, it becomes a lot more. So I personally like to go analog notebook so you can focus more during class. And when you are focused, you can also contribute to your discussion in more substantive ways as well. So make sure, what really annoys me when the classroom discussion becomes a many-to-one conversation in which all the students are only speaking to the professors instead of a many-to-many conversation in which students should be speaking to other students and responding to other students as well. That requires focus, and most of the time, if you are on your phone or on your laptop, you're not going to focus enough in order to respond effectively in class.
Well, the question about small talk, right?
Yeah, adapting
classes. So in my first 2 years, I learned that it's always quantity over quality in America. So I think Farah and Carissa talked about how people would talk more. It's just a lot of noise, but not much of quality. So I learned that in the first 2 years that everyone just likes to talk a lot in America. And it's normal, you have to get used to that. But at the end of the day, the professors listen to the people who talk the most. It doesn't matter if there's quality in there or anything, it's just the loudest person in the room wins. So how you kind of, I like to take charge. So my first 2 years, I was just listening to a lot of people who just like to ramble a lot. And then in my junior year, I learned that I knew I wanted to take charge of the discussion instead of sitting back and not letting my input be heard. So I would just talk as much as they could, or talk more than they could, but with quality as well, obviously. I try. But yeah, honestly, it's as much as it is, it's annoying that the loudest person wins, even though there's no quality in there. It's just a lot of noise. But you just have to do better than them at what they do. Yeah.
Yep, so I guess this concludes our panel discussion. So let's give some noise to the speakers.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Malaysia. How was the US? Nice? Scary? Fun. Okay, so we've heard a lot about living in the US now, but how do you get there? You have to apply. So give a round of applause to Hui Xuan and Eric for their session called All About Applying.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. How are you guys doing? Good? Not getting sleepy, huh? Okay, so today Eric and I will be covering on important topics, which is all about applying, choosing schools, holistic application, and application timelines. So, yeah. A little bit background about myself. My name is Hui Shen. I graduated from the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, class of 2020. I was double majoring in economics and international studies, and also I did a minor in statistics. Yeah, and over to you.
Okay, hi everyone, my name is Eric. I did the A-levels. I applied to US colleges in this most recent application cycle, and I was accepted to some universities as part of the class of 2027. Yeah. Back to you, Huisha.
All right. So, how do you start to choose what type of schools that you want to apply, or even what kind of schools that you will attend later? So we have listed down all the factors here for you to consider, and we will covering each of them in the next few slides. Okay? So for first one, types of schools. Typically in the US, there are colleges and universities. So college is usually an institution that grants bachelor degrees, meaning an undergrad only at college, whereas for universities are institutions that provides both undergrad and master's degrees or even doctorate degree. Okay. So next one, there's also public versus private universities, similarly to Malaysia. So private universities are mostly government owned. They are more in-state students, lesser financial aid, and lower tuition fees. Whereas for private universities, they are mostly private owned, more trust fund babies, more financial aid, but of course, higher tuition fees. So next one would be the differences between liberal art colleges and research universities. So liberal art colleges, as the name says, they focus more on liberal arts and sciences. They are relatively small, and they are majority private and non-profits. Whereas for research universities, they are more R&D intensive. They provide more master's and doctoral degrees, and they are both available in public and private universities. So next, college sizes. Are you more, you probably want to consider what kind of environment do you feel more comfortable in. So for big college sizes, typically more than 15,000 students, the pros would be that they are more highly established sports team, and the wordings are so small after that. Yeah, of course, more options for you to choose from, more majors, more programs, more clubs, organizations, and a lot of perhaps opportunities for you to network and all. But the cons would be that more competition, because you have more students that you will have to compete with. And it could be overwhelming sometimes, or you get lesser chance to interact with your professors or the faculty members. Whereas small college sizes is the opposite of the other way. So you get more chances to interact with the faculty members, smaller class sizes, and then could be more chill in the class. And then the cons would be that there might not be so many choices for you to choose from, less hype, and then fewer options. So medium size would be in the middle of both of them. Yeah, I think I don't have to cover much about this. So next one, culture. I think, sadly, I don't have a boyfriend to guide me in my college. But I would say the best advice I would give is to stalk their social websites, like Instagram, YouTube videos from YouTubers, or student blogs. You can also take a virtual tour on their college website, or even talk to any current students or alumni, which I think this event is a good opportunity for you to interact with some of the alumni here. And then lastly, once you are admitted, feel free to join their school tour as well. Yeah, so this is just one of the examples of the student websites. Okay, next one, location. Okay, if you are admitted to suburban area universities, make sure that you are mentally prepared. And then we also have, there's definitely also colleges that are big enough that the city itself is considered a college town. Yeah, and lastly, for universities like NYU, Columbia, they are actually sitting in the city itself. Yeah, I think this is also another important aspect for you to consider. So in the US overall, I would say the best place that has the best weather is West Side, which is the California side. If you end up in Seattle, you probably have to bring an umbrella all the time because it's very rainy. Or if you end up being in the Midwest area, make sure you layer up during winter times. And the weather in New Mexico, what is it? Arizona is probably relatively hotter than other states, yeah, especially during summer. So for prestige, you might also want to consider what kind of recruitment, research opportunities for you to choose from. And one exception is that if you are one of the scholars Hello? Any scholars here? Hand raised? No? Ah, okay. Yeah. So if you are scholars and your scholarship provider has already provided you with a list of universities you can attend to, your choices might be limited to that. Okay? But I hope that you probably have something in mind from today's event for your US application. Yeah, next one. Over to you.
Okay, the next thing that you should consider when you're making your school list is the application requirements. So right now, the main way that schools differ in terms of the requirements is how they use the SAT or ACT score. So right now, most schools, including both public and private schools, are test optional. This means that it's up to you whether or not you want to submit your SAT or ACT score. You can choose not to submit them, in which case they won't consider it, or you can choose to submit them, which means they'll be considered. You can also take the test, and if you are not satisfied with the results, you can just choose not to submit them. Okay, the next type of school, in terms of test scores, is a test-blind school. So this list includes the University of California, all the UCs, the California State Universities, CSUs, as well as Caltech, among a few other schools. So for these schools, it does not matter to them at all whether or not you've taken the SAT because they do not use it at all. Like even if you take it, you can't submit them because, yeah, there's no way for you to tell them what your score is. And finally, we have test-required schools. So far, this list includes MIT, Georgia Tech, UNC Chapel Hill, and Georgetown University, among a few others. So for these schools, you must submit a score for either the SAT or ACT. So if you are not satisfied with your score, or if you can't afford to take the test, or if you don't have any more opportunities to take them, then you shouldn't apply to these schools because your application will not be considered if you don't have a score. Okay, the next thing that you should consider is, of course, what you're actually planning to study. So most four-year universities in the US do offer a very large variety of majors. You can probably find something you're interested in. But if your course of study is something a bit more specific, you may only be able to find them at certain colleges. And of course, even if a college offers a major, it doesn't mean that all the resources for all of their different departments are equal. So for universities that are more well-known for like a specific field, they might offer more internship opportunities, research opportunities. They may have more famous faculty members. They may offer more funding. Yeah, so some universities also have special programs or like very specific double majors. Like for example, UPenn offers a few very selective double major options. So if you're interested in any special programs like that, you should also consider those. Okay, here's like a few schools that are well known for their business, econ, finance departments. So we have NYU, U Chicago, University of Pennsylvania, the University of Indiana at the Kelley School of Business, Wellesley, and Georgetown University. For engineering, you have schools like Rice, Caltech, Berkeley, Georgia Tech, UT Austin, and Virginia Tech. For CS, you have CMU, UIUC, Princeton, MIT, Stanford. For biology or the life sciences, you have Johns Hopkins, UCSD, Washington University at St. Louis, the University of Washington, and Harvard. For fine arts, you can choose to either attend like a school with a well-known arts department like USC, NYU, or Rutgers, or you can choose to attend like specialized art schools like Juilliard or the Berklee College of Music. And finally, for social sciences, you have universities like Duke, Pomona, Swarthmore, Bowdoin, Dartmouth, and Carleton. Okay, another way that you might decide to make your list of universities is the curriculum. So from the previous sessions, like you should know that like it's the US college system allows you to have a lot of flexibility when it comes to choosing what courses you wish to take, but the flexibility can differ between different universities. So to take like two extreme examples, you have schools with a rigid core curriculum like Columbia versus a school with a very open curriculum like Brown. So at a school with like a big rigid core curriculum like Columbia or UChicago, the general education requirements are usually a lot more extensive, meaning that you will have to fulfill a large list of requirements in a variety of different fields like literature, maths, arts, social sciences, things like that. Even if it's not related to your major, you must take these classes. So if this is something that you're not interested in, like you only want to do what you want to major in, then maybe you should avoid these schools. On the flip side, you have schools like Brown, which has a completely open curriculum, meaning that you can pick and choose any course you like, starting from day one with basically no restrictions at all. And you can also design your own major if none of the majors that they've listed down fits what you want to do. Okay, the next factor to consider is your financial ability. So just to briefly recap what financial aid options are available. At the college specifically, you have merit-based aid and need-based aid. So merit-based aid refers to financial aid that's offered on a full or partial basis based on your achievements. So this may be based on like academic achievements, leadership skills, artistic or athletic accomplishments. Whereas for need-based financial aid, it's not about what you've done to deserve the financial aid, but it's about your family background. So if you cannot afford to pay your way through your college education, the university will give you financial aid based on what you can afford to pay. But between schools that provide need-based financial aid, there is a further distinction between schools that are need-aware and need-blind. So need-aware means that your ability to pay is going to play a part in their admissions decision process, meaning that perhaps between two candidates, which are equal in like their academics, co-curriculars, and so on, but one person is able to pay the entire way through, but you may not be able to pay and you need financial aid, they may choose that person over you. So that's for need-aware schools. Whereas for need-blind schools, they don't consider your financial ability at all when they are deciding whether or not to admit you. And once you're admitted, then they will look at your financial aid file and decide how much money they will give you in order to allow you to attend. So the situation now is that most schools in the US are need-blind for domestic students, but only a few of them are need-blind for international students. And right now, this list only includes these schools, so Dartmouth, Yale, Bowdoin, Amherst, Princeton, MIT, and Harvard. And starting in 2025, Brown University has also announced that they will become need-blind for international students. Okay, and the final factor for you to consider is your chance of getting in. So this is the general method that most people use when they are crafting a list of universities to apply to. So they'll separate out schools into their safety schools, their match schools, and their reach schools. So the reason for doing this is to ensure that you will have somewhere to go to even if things don't work out. So you want to make sure not to put like all your eggs in one basket and only apply to reach schools, because if things go wrong, you may not have a backup option. Yeah, so if you're dead set on studying in the US, make sure you have safety schools. Just a rough guideline for you to determine which school will fall into which category. For a safety school, you can refer to what their median GPA or median SAT score is. So this is information that you can usually find on the school's website. And if your score, like your academic grades, are above the 75th percentile at the school, and the school also has a relatively high admission rate, you can be about 90+% sure that you'll get in. In that case, you can consider a safety school. And if you choose your safety schools very carefully, you don't actually have to apply to a lot of them. You can only apply, at most, you will only need to apply to 2 or 3 of them because, yeah, it's a safety school. You're not expecting to get rejected. The next type of school is a match school. So this is a school where you may get in, you may not get in, but you should be prepared for either outcome. So for these types of schools, a way that you can identify them is by looking at their admitted student profiles. And if you feel that you fall somewhere in that range in terms of your activities, your GPA, your grades, your SAT scores, then yeah, you can consider a match school. And a reach school is any school that you are less than 30% sure that you'll get into. So what makes a reach school for a certain individual is not the same for everyone. So this is going to depend on what your specific situation is, what activities you've been involved in, what your current academic level is, and so on. yeah, but in general, if the school has an acceptance rate below 10%, you shouldn't consider that anything but a rich school, because schools with such low acceptance rates are rich schools for everyone. Even if you think that your profile is very strong and everyone around you agrees with you, it's still a rich school. So yeah, don't just apply to rich schools if you really want to go to the US. Yeah. Okay, but that being said, this system will not apply to you if you fall into any of these categories. So number one is that you're sponsored. So yeah, obviously you have to follow your sponsors list, otherwise they won't sponsor you. So if the school is not on the list, you can't apply. The next thing is that you're planning to get a scholarship from a external organization or a company. In this case, you want to like target the schools that is actually allowed by them, because if it's not in their list, they may not be willing to sponsor you. And finally, if you cannot attend without significant merit-based or need-based financial aid, then don't bother applying to schools that don't have like a reputation for offering financial aid to international students, because you may get in, but you won't be able to attend in the end. So if you're in this situation, what you can do is focus primarily on need-blind schools, as well as schools that offer merit-based scholarships where you think that you are at the top of the applicant pool. Okay, I think Hui Xuan has already covered most of this, so I'll just briefly go through it. There are a lot of ways that you can use to research a university. The most straightforward way is to visit the campus, but of course this is not a realistic option for most people, but you can always refer to like virtual tours on the YouTube channel or the website of the university. Yeah, the website usually has all the information that you need to know, because yeah, usually the colleges are very proud about presenting what they think makes their college stand out. So yeah, you can find all of the information about the courses, extracurricular opportunities, research, and everything on their website or their social media pages. Okay, when you go on the websites of these universities, you will find the option to sign up for their mailing list or like attend webinars. So there's a special note here about something called demonstrated interest. So for some private universities, they consider something called demonstrated interest as part of the admissions requirements, meaning that they will actually track whether or not you've engaged with the school previously when they're reviewing your admissions file. So this means that like if you've visited their website, if you've signed up for their mailing list, if you've attended a webinar, if you've emailed their admissions office to ask a question about the university before, it shows that you are interested in the school and you're not just like applying for the sake of applying. For certain schools, they may give you a slight advantage because they think that you will actually attend if they admit you. But not every school considers demonstrated interest, so yeah, you should check the school's information specifically. Okay, and of course you can talk to students or alumni. This is usually like one of the best ways that you can find out what it's actually like to study at the university, because yeah, students will give you like what their actual experience is without like all the marketing stuff that goes on when it's like information from the university site. Yeah. Final note about rankings. So of course, it may be very tempting for a lot of us to mainly use rankings to decide where to apply to, but just keep in mind that what is more highly ranked may be more prestigious, it may have a better reputation, but that doesn't mean that it's the right fit for you. It may not offer the experience that you're looking for. So yeah, be very careful when you're using rankings.
Okay. Now that you have considered, you have several factors for you to consider what type of schools that you want to apply or the schools that you want to attend. Next one would be application timeline. When should you start applying to schools? Typically, there are 3 types of timelines: early action, early decision, and regular decision. So the most confusing timelines would be between early action and early decision. So for early timelines are typically applying to schools earlier than regular decision, which means around 2 months earlier, usually during November to January. The pros of early action is that it is a non-binding. What it means is that you can apply to multiple schools using early action timelines. And The pros is that you get to know your application results earlier than regular decision. And it also shows that you have a higher chance of getting in because they were thinking that you are really interested in that school, and that's why you apply during the early action timelines. The cons, of course, would be that it's going to be a tight deadlines for you if you don't start early. Yeah, and only a few institutions offer this option for you. So next one is early decision. Early decision, the pros is that you get a higher chance getting in, but the cons is that it is binding. What binding means is that you must go to that school if you are admitted. Yeah. So make sure that the school that you are applying is the right school that you are 100% sure that you want to attend. Only apply using early decision if you are 100% sure that you are attending. Okay? So the cons is that it doesn't work well for students who need financial aid. And also, if you reject the early decision offer, you cannot apply it again. Okay? So be clear about the difference between early action and early decision. One is non-binding, the other is binding. Okay? For regular decision, it will follow the standard application deadlines, usually around mid-December to January, and the decision is coming out during late March or early April. The pros is that a lot of schools are offering these timelines. It's just that probably a higher competition. So when to start applying? I would suggest as early as possible because you have a lot of required documents to prepare for, and also your SAT test or your application essay. Okay.
Okay. So if you look into the application process, you probably found the term holistic application being thrown around a lot. So what this actually means is that colleges don't make decisions based only on one specific factor when they are choosing who to admit. Instead, they consider your entire application as a whole, meaning that they also consider things like your background, any contextual information, like what school you go to, maybe even things like your socioeconomic status, your access to resources, and how you will fit in to the student body at that particular school. So this also means that some of the factors that they consider may not actually be within your control. Like, for example, whether or not you're a legacy student, meaning that your parent, one or more of your parents went to that school, that might give you a boost at some schools. Or if you're a first generation student, meaning that neither of your parents attended university before, that may also be a factor that you consider. But basically, if it's something that's out of your control, just don't worry about it and instead focus on the things that you can control. So the things that you can control is these, which are the things that you actually submit in your application. So your academic grades, your SAT or ACT scores, if it's not a test blind or test optional school, your extracurriculars, your honors, awards, your essays, your teacher recommendations, and your interviews. So the important thing to keep in mind is that none of these things individually will make or break your application because, again, it's holistic, so they consider everything in your specific context. Yeah, that's basically all that we have to share. Now we'll open up for the Q&A.
I'd just like to add something. So earlier, Eric mentioned that he gave the example of demonstrated interest as a factor that's considered by certain schools. And I think a really valuable resource that you can utilize is what's called a common data set. This is provided by many schools. I think most schools in the US are required to do this. So let's say you're interested in attending a specific school. You can go to Google and just put the name of the school and common data set. This is like it's like an all-in-one resource that shows the criteria that the schools use in basically judging your application. So For example, this school could say it's like they give it on a scale from most important to not considered. So for example, a school could have interviews as most important, and another school could have interviews as only considered. So that if you are interested in the first school, you would know to focus more on doing well in your interviews, and yeah.
All right, so we got a few questions here, and we'll pick one. Okay. Okay. Okay, the question is there any university or colleges that accept marching band as a scholarship? Honestly, I don't have specific answer for you, but any facilitators have the answers? Is there any colleges or university that accept marching band as a scholarship?
Hi, whoever who asked this. Some schools have different scholarships, so like there's performing arts scholarships, so I'm pretty sure marching band would fall within that. So it's like different schools have many different scholarships. Maybe there's like an environmental science scholarship, so you gotta probably do your own research and look through many schools' websites to find out if they have a scholarship like that. But so far there are always like art scholarships, so I'm pretty sure you can apply for those, whichever college you want to apply to.
Okay, thanks, Alison. The next question is, if applying via Common App and at the same time wish to get a scholarship from that particular school, is it possible? So, short answer is yes, it's possible. I'm assuming you mean like merit-based scholarships. So for this one, you have to check specifically what the rules for applying are when you are applying to the university. For some scholarships, it may be automatic, meaning that when you submit on the Common App and they think that your application stands out, you will automatically be considered. But for some other scholarships, you may have to fill in like a separate application. So it really varies depending on what school and what scholarship it is.
Okay, hi, thank you. So I was wondering whether for your specific applications, did you guys mainly receive any guidance or special coaching from any outside source, or was it more of an application that is curated by only you, if that makes sense?
Okay, yeah, I think I'll answer it first. So for me, I did not get coaching or like consultants from an external source, but I did utilize my school counselor. So yeah, I think most like A-level colleges or like transfer programs will have a dedicated university counselor. So usually they will have like a lot of information on how the college process works. So yeah, you can usually start from there and they'll be able to answer most of your questions. Yeah, Huishin, would you like to answer?
I think I'll take this one. My high school grades and core curriculums are amazing, but my A-levels midterms are not that good. Is it a must to send the transcript, or can we make up for it? So I think it really depends on the required documents from the universities that you're applying to, but I would not suggest you to try to cover up your results and all, because the admission will look at overall application covering from your test score, your recommendation letter, your SAT scores, what else? Your interview performance. So it is one of the things that if you don't do well in one of the things, it will not affect you too much. Yeah.
Yeah, and in terms of like trying to omit certain results from your transcript, keep in mind that you may not be the first person to ever apply to that college from your school, and they might like have experience with another applicant from your school before, and if they see that their transcript has these grades but yours it's omitted, they might start to question like why are your grades missing. Yeah, so follow what your school, like your pre-university's guidelines are, and if they usually send the grades, then just follow that. Yeah.
When you apply for ED, do you really stand a higher chance of getting accepted into the college? You might be competing with students who are more competitive, such as legacy students, etc.?
Yeah, okay, that's a good point. So I believe this is a bit contentious and it varies from school to school. So some schools, ED does give a boost, while at others it's not that noticeable. It's true that what you said, that there may be a higher acceptance rate just because more qualified applicants apply early, or there are more legacy or like recruited athletes applying the early round. That is true. But I would say that for schools that consider demonstrated interest, they may consider an ED application as showing a huge amount of demonstrated interest, because you're telling the school that you will attend if you get in. So if they consider demonstrated interest, ED will probably give you a boost in that sense, because they know that you are very committed to that school. Yeah.
Okay, another question. Can I apply first before I figured out my ability to pay, then to search for scholarships? Yeah, of course you can. So scholarships, I think there are Malaysian scholarships, and there are also international, the university-specific scholarships. So for Malaysian scholarships, usually they will provide you a scholarships for your undergrad degree after your SPM result. So that's typically the time when you got your scholarship first, then only you apply to university. But I believe there are also some exceptions that will grant you a scholarship after knowing that you are admitted to the universities.
Okay, the next question. Is it possible to apply to a NEET-aware university early decision with financial aid? Yes, it is possible, but you must declare, if it's NEET-aware, you have to declare that you intend to apply for financial aid in your application. So there'll be a question on the Comment app that asks, are you planning to apply for financial aid at this institution? And you have to put yes. If you put no and you get in, you will not be eligible to apply for aid throughout all 4 years at that school. So to avoid a situation like that, if it's NEET aware, you must indicate your decision to apply for aid if they ask you. Yeah. Another question is how to justify or provide context for why a certain aspect of your application is lacking. So the easiest way to do this is through the additional information section. So on the Common App or the Coalition application or the UC application, usually there's a section called additional information where you can write about anything you want. So you can explain any like extenuating circumstances, like maybe there was like a family tragedy, or like you had like certain health problems. So things like that, you can use the additional information section to explain them. But if it's possible, you can also try to get your claims corroborated by your counselor or your teacher. So if it's not just you saying it, that, oh, I had these problems and this is why my grades are slipping, but your counselor also follows up and agrees that, yes, this student was indeed facing these problems, so this is why their results are like this, then it may help you justify any drops in your grades.
Okay, someone said, my school counselor is terrible, how can I apply? I would say the school counselor is not the only person that you should consult with. Definitely reach out to other alumni or seniors, your friends, for peer review of your essays. Especially, I think they actually provide a better view for your essays. Yeah. So, anything else?
Okay, is it possible to apply for regular decision if you were rejected in the early decision? Yes, unless it's the same school. So if you applied to, like, let's say Columbia ED and you got rejected, you cannot reapply to Columbia in the regular round. But any other university is fair game. Yeah. Is there any resources that we can utilize if we don't have any pre-U counselor, if your school counselor is not familiar with overseas universities? Yeah, like, okay, one thing is, like, today at USAPPS, you can meet a lot of like your seniors who've gone to university, like US colleges. Feel free to like keep in touch with them. You can ask them for help with your like essays if they're willing to help you like go over them. If you have any questions, you can ask them. So yeah, a counselor is definitely not gonna make or break your application. And yeah, if your counselor like doesn't know anything about the process at all, you may have to like be a bit more active in making sure that they know what to do when the time comes. So you will still have to submit a counselor's recommendation, like it's a compulsory part of the application process. If you don't have a counselor, you can, I believe you can like ask your principal or like another like high up member of your school to do it, or your teacher. But yeah, you just have to be a bit more active in making sure they know what to do. Like you have to tell them. And also you can explain this in additional information sections as well. So yeah, just let the school know your situation is not the same as someone else who has like a very good counselor, for instance. Yeah.
Anyone would like to ask on the spot?
Just reiterating a question I saw on Slido, how do you answer the why us prompt?
Okay, I can only give my personal thoughts on how to tackle it. Of course, like don't take my word for it, like take it with a grain of salt. I think you should make it as specific to you and your interests as possible, because it's a why us question, right? They're asking you why this school, but at the same time, when they read it, they're also thinking, why this student? Like, what makes this school the right fit for you specifically? So you want to mention like programs or professors or opportunities that you specifically are interested in. So something that aligns with your interests. So don't copy or paste any information that you saw in someone else's why us essay. Yeah.
Maybe I would suggest try to tie the story to your strengths, the situation that you faced before, or the specific problem that you are trying to solve, and compare it with the current programs, the activities that are available at the universities, and try to fit how these two things align. Yeah.
Is there a limit for how many unis we can apply to Common App? I believe the limit is 20. But you can use the coalition application, which is another like similar to the Common App portal, to apply to more than 20 if you wish. But in most cases, you probably don't have to apply to more than 20. Yeah. But if you want to, you can consider that. Okay, for me, okay, this is like personal experience. I think I would have given myself more time to process and rewrite essays for certain prompts, like for example for the Common App essay, because between the early and regular rounds, for me, I basically completely changed my Common App essay, and I think that helped me a lot in the regular decision round. So yeah, my advice would just be, don't like be too stuck on a certain idea that you have for an essay. Even if you think that, okay, this may be good right now, try to consider like other options if you can, you know, potentially write an even better essay based on a new topic. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's all for our session today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for such an interesting session. Who is ready to apply to the US now? Huh? Okay, before we go to the major booths outside, we would like to call upon Chen Chao, the founder of USAPPS. Give a round of applause.
Thanks. You can hear me, right? Yes. Yeah. Okay. I think they need. Hey, thanks a lot, everyone. Yeah, I think that first of all, I think that the congrats for passing through almost the end of the first day for all of y'all. Really appreciate that y'all go through. For all the participants, have you learned something today? Right? I hope that y'all pick up something, right? Y'all have a better choice of what you do on Saturday, but you choose to be here, right? I think that's great that you're coming here. And I think first of all, I think we'd like to thanks a lot all the blue shirt folks. So I think the core, maybe can all the core and the fascists wave your hands and like they're across, and some of them are outside as well. I think really thanks all of them for putting in, right? All of them doing a lot of this to give back, right? And every one of them basically put in the heart and soul to guide people, right? And many of them actually going to fly in 1, 2, 3 weeks time, whether for the first time or whether back from their summer holiday, right? And they could have gone holiday with families, visit relatives and everything. They are here. And maybe among the fascists, right? How many of you were here last year, or 2 years before, or 3 years before? Among the fascists. So there are a few hands. That's cross, right? And great that I think that they are back here, right? And I think that many of them, when they were in your shoes, just like you, when they're applying, right? They may be likelihood don't know. They may feel confused. Info overload, right? I think that many of you will feel info overload today. Like there's so many things. Later you got more tomorrow. So I think there'll be a lot of that. But you go through. You will pass through. And I think many of them, if you ask them, they may not remember that, hey, at that day, they would get in. But a lot of these things push through. So that was key, right? I think, and all of y'all will have a good chance. And I think from here as well, make friends, like whether among fellow participants or with a lot of fellow fascists, right? With many of them, so that you know that you can get some help. And also, I think we should give a round of applause of who is class of 2027 among the fascists. Those are going this year. So I think give them a round of applause, right, for getting into the dream universities, and they're going over, right? So I think that will be one of the key parts that as they go through, right? And then make some friends so that you get a lot of places that you can bunk with and everything. So I think as you go on this journey, later as you go to the college booths, later talk to different folks. Today's major, so understanding, exploring different majors. Tomorrow the college booths, get the USAPPS, and start preparing. And in terms of essay as well, I think it's like really, really put your heart and soul. I think just now I was talking to some KYUM folks. I think it's like really put your heart and soul into what you write on, right? Okay, maybe the core is, are they all the core here? Outside. Can all the 4 cores, like just give them, okay. So let's give a round of applause to the core, right? I think really appreciate them. And all the fascists as well, and some of the alumni that will be in out these 2 days as well. Okay, thanks a lot for this opportunity to share with y'all, and wish y'all all the best. And for all of you participants, what I will only ask for every year will be that I hope that as you get through, you benefited. If you benefit from here, you got in. I hope that next year, the year after, you can come back and continue this journey. We started back in 2009, and I also want to say thanks to Taylor's as well for providing us this venue since 15 years ago, and also US Embassy, Education USA for all the support, right? So I think all these years has been seeing through that. So hope that y'all will come back and give back. This will last on as long as people believe in it and came about, right? Back then when we first started, I graduated in 2005. So 2006 when we did the first iteration of this, the first meeting was actually held at Tony Pua's house. So at that time, he was a blogger, not a politician. And for me as a fresh graduate, go to his house and ask him for advice, what to do, right? He and Kim Ming was running educationmalaysia.blogspot. And was just asking on it, and that was how it started. 06, 07, 08, we did the education fair. And then 2009, we start this version in Taylor's. And since then, 15 years, including 2 years of virtual in 2020, 2021. Okay, with that, wish you all the best. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. That is the end for the speaker section. But now, what you've all been waiting for, the college booths. I'll pass it to Muiz.
Sorry, it's the major booth, sorry. Okay, no worries. So I guess this comes to probably about 80% of the end of today's event. So thank you so much everyone for coming. But we have one more thing in store, which is the major booths. I guess I'll just go over briefly what you should do, maybe give some ideas of what questions you should ask. So I guess this is an opportunity for you to ask questions about how is your intended major at your intended college. Questions like, what kind of extracurriculars do you do to get into this major in this specific school? Why this major, and what kind of opportunities, what kind of co-curricular activities can you look into? So outside, there will be the tables that you guys, I think some of you guys were eating there just now. So those are the tables that we're going to use for the booths. We have majors ranging from computer science, computer engineering, software engineering, and EECS. So that will be in one booth. The second booth would be data science, information science, statistics, and math. The third booth will be history and dance, design, media arts, education, psychology, and anthropology. That will be the third booth. So the fourth booth will be most of the engineering sciences, so chemical, biological engineering, mechanical engineering, material science, and physics. After that, it's public policy, comparative literature, international studies. The sixth booth would be economics, business, finance. The second last booth, biochemistry, biology, and the final booth would be environmental sciences and geoscience. So there will be designated speakers for you at every single booth. Some of them will be attending online, so I hope you guys can still interact with them even though they're online. I'm sure they'll be providing great input. Most of them are still in the States right now, so they didn't have the opportunity to come to KL. But beyond that, I think everyone who is involved in the essay review can stay back. Maybe you can change the slide. Yeah, okay, so everyone who's not on this list can feel free to roam around at the major booths. But to these names, please stay back in the hall. Right, thank you so much, guys. Oh, yes, guys. I mean, sorry, one more thing. We would love to hear from you. Please scan our QR code if you have feedback on us, and we would like to improve further editions of USAPPS. And you also stand a chance to win a 20 ringgit Grab gift card. So that's pretty exciting. Everybody loves Grab. Yeah. No monopolies, though. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Hope to see all of you tomorrow for more on applications, strategies for co-curricular activities as well. Facilitators, please make your way to the booths.